the action.
We have 2 action items to address this morning.
Yeah, the Grand Valley TMDL discussion. If Raquel is on, she was and DK. We don't need a lot. Okay.
Good morning.
And DK, you guys were in the middle of presenting this. Raquel, I think in particular, if you could continue where we cut you off. Unfortunately, we lost the forum.
And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Can you all see that? Okay. And then, yes, if we'll pick up where we left off with discussing the Grand Valley TMDL. Raquel, if you want to take it away, and then we'll roll into DK's USGS JFA, and we'll have a little prelude with the Grand Valley discussion too. So.
Sounds good. Thank you and good morning. So just a quick recap from yesterday. The Grand Valley formed a watershed stakeholder group. They've been meeting since 2016. It started with the Grand Valley drainage district infrastructure improvements as funds were obtained to update the watershed plan. And SGS has been contracted to lead the stakeholder group and update the watershed plan. And the Colorado River District is a participant in the group. And the plan moving forward is to create a water quality group to support long-term water quality monitoring and data collection, establish a mechanism to track and communicate with CDPHE, Water Quality Control Division on permits, policies, and regulations, as well as develop a funding plan to support local water quality efforts and implement projects. So if we move to the next slide. So staff recommendation that needs board action is that the River District participate in the Grand Valley Watershed Stakeholder Group. This would be approximately a 3-year commitment and require a total of $60,000 of staff resources. Okay, and then actually, if we go on to the next slide, please. Additionally, and this is moving a little bit into the USGS joint funding activities, staff is also recommending that $30,000 to $35,000 in USGS funding be redirected to assist in additional monitoring to support the TMDL efforts. In the next slide, we can see those proposed activities. So the plan is to contract USGS to monitor in these 6 locations that you can see listed here. So the first one is the Colorado River near Cameo, Big Salt Wash at Government Highline Canal near Loma, 3rd, Big Salt Wash at Fruta, 4th, Reed Wash near Loma, 5th, Salt Creek near Mouth near Mac, and the Colorado River near the Utah state line. There is already monitoring going on in these 6 sites. They would just be expanded on and benefit also the Grand Valley TMDL efforts. And the sampling would be quarterly. And I'm sure DK will go into more detail next if you have questions. But I guess we can go back to 2 slides back where it has the where the board has an action item.
Just to remind the board and maybe inform new board members, the staff, when asked to engage in new efforts, it puts it through what we call an internal staff rubric or analysis to determine to estimate what their staff resources and the monetary commitment, time-wise, monetary and time commitment will be, so that we're not just saying yes to everything and diluting our priorities. And so we go through a pretty extensive staff analysis. Mike performed that staff analysis on this effort with the help of a number of other technical staff members. And their recommendation, the recommendation of staff after it came through is let's commit to this for 3 years. We recognize that it will take about $60,000 in staff time. When it is a commitment that is more than 1 year or greater than $50,000, we kick it to the board for the board's input and direction. That's why this is coming to you. We're trying to be very intentional about how we commit our resources. So this is why this is in front of you. But we do think it's a good idea. Remember, Commissioner McGinnis, our Director McGinnis, asked us to look at this and talk with the local folks and see where we best fit in. This is the response to that.
Okay. So we've heard that explanation. Does anyone have any other questions of staff or of the candidates? I think been a pretty thorough explanation. Yes.
So real quickly, we have two motions. I got
This is-
confused.
this is, just one-
60,000.
Yep.
And effort, and there's no cash.
Right.
60,000.
That's the first one. Just
Now,
let's do it.
but the second is not a standalone recommendation. It will be wrapped up into the authorization that if you intend to authorize the district to enter into the joint funding agreement with the USGS, which is something we've been doing every year for the last, I don't know, 15, 20, 30 years. That's coming up. DK is going to have a full presentation on that. Part of that new JFA is moving approximately $35,000 that we've been committed to the Lower Gunnison, that the USGS says they no longer need in the Lower Gunnison, and moving it over to the Grand Valley to help with the cost of proper monitoring, so we can really get a better understanding of what's going on.
But that motion
It's not.
or I mean, that topic is not in front of us for the moment. The only action item is whether to authorize staff to enter into a 3-year commitment that they anticipate will take about $60,000 worth of staff time. Okay, any other discussion? If not,
Chair, I move we approve staff recommendation.
thank you. Motion by Munger. Second by McGinnis. Any other discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. Go ahead and proceed with the next piece of this.
I guess I can jump in, if that makes sense, to the next agenda item. Is that what I understand?
Yep, it is.
Okay, so agenda item 8D, you have a memo in front of you, hopefully. This is an annual process, as our general manager just explained. For our new members, we have a long-standing relationship with the United States Geological Survey. We are the single largest cooperator with the USGS in the state of Colorado for both water quality, which we've been talking about, and water quantity. So surface water gauges, which are critically important for us in our water supply planning. The headline and what we're asking you to consider today is to approve this annual contract. We call it a joint funding agreement. It commits us, the River District, for about $510,000 of hard-earned cash. That gets matched by the USGS. I'm sorry, let me just step back. I misspoke. The actual request is $620,000. Of that $620,000 of cash from the River District, there's two other pieces. There's about $110,000 that we receive cash reimbursements from our partners. And in the memo, it talks about those partnerships. Eagle County, as an example, is the largest single cooperator, along with the Eagle River Watershed Council. We provide essentially fiscal management services and technical assistance to ensure that we're collecting high quality data that meets the needs of our constituents. The other part of the whole thing is that the USGS matches about 30% of the cash that we bring in. So that means the 610 goes further, and the actual total, excuse me, I'm just gonna, it's a very complicated spreadsheet and workbooks, and these are available for your review. We've summarized it, but essentially, between the two, we are spending upwards of $800,000. And that's the joint funding agreement, the nameplate, 862,000. So let me just see if there's any other points in here. I'm going to go relatively quickly so as not to get bogged down and let you have some discussion. But this is all kind of interrelated to all the activities. We heard about the Grand Valley TMDL. That's one piece of it. You know, we, as again, I'm just going to reiterate what Andy mentioned. We had spent a lot of time and effort in the Lower Gunnison, understanding the selenium loading and salinity. Now that we have come into compliance in the Lower Gunnison, and we are essentially out of compliance in the Grand Valley, we would shift these funds, about $35,000 from the Lower Gunnison, what we did last year, and bring it to the Grand Valley in those 6 sites that Raquel talked about and outlined. So let me just double check here. I think I've hit all the high points. And again, I want to just allow time for discussion and questions if you've got them. There are a few other, sorry to contradict myself, items that are emerging I want to bring your attention to, and that is wildfire impacts. You all know in 2020 what happened, 3 largest fires in Colorado history in terms of acreage. We have, through this program, also leveraged grant funds to deploy a bunch of instrumentation in and around Grizzly Creek fire and in and around Roan Creek Pine Gulch fires. Not to leave the upper basin aside, but that effort in the East Troublesome fire areas, doing similar things with USGS, but being headed up by other local sponsors. So that's something I just want to bookmark for you. We're going to be coming back to you to discuss what we call a studies joint funding agreement. What you have in front of you today is a data collection only joint funding agreement. So basically what I'm saying is the data helps our understanding. Then we work and do some analysis, typically, and publish reports that can be used to understand the dynamics in the watershed as they're changing. Again, the example being wildfire impacts and/or salt and selenium loading. But those are not the only things, right? We're talking about metals, E. coli, algae. You know, you can look around the room. Each of you in your basins have issues of concern, which we are working with our partners, with you and the USGS to accomplish these data collection objectives. So now I will pause. Apologize for going on.
If I can just throw in one more thing, and DK has been involved in this for a long time, and his understanding is better than I think anybody in the room or on the Zoom. But I want to just stress for new directors, there is a large component of this that, a component of this that is water quality related. There is a larger component of this that is stream flow related. We are paying for these stream flow gauges within the district because it is absolutely critical for us to know how much water us and our water users, to know how much water is in the river, what the impacts are from various diversions and other activities. It's really critical that we keep these gauges that have been in certain locations at those locations and establish this historic record so that we can really help our water users understand the trends in the river. Without that data, it's really hard to make sound policy related to water. And so it has been a commitment from this district. Frankly, I'll be honest with you, when I joined the board, I was absolutely shocked by the dollar value associated with this joint funding agreement. I have since become a believer in this because it really is important data that we are collecting and everybody is using. So
Yes. Yeah, just to
speak in support of what Andy just said, as one of the big funders for this in Eagle County. It's really just critical to all of our planning efforts. And it's critical to what we talked about yesterday, 1041. We are tying our 1041 regs directly to what's happening in the river so that we can look at impacts of projects on river flow and temperature and everything else. And we can't do that without the data.
The data is used by everybody in the basin. There's no doubt about that. Can I ask just real quickly, was this included in the approved budget, the adopted budget for the year?
Yes, it was.
Director McGinnis.
So I have a question, may not be applicable. to this particular thing, but So lately, they've been doing a lot of different groups have been doing research on the ditches, so their allocation. And then immediately people started circling with core requirements, which would disclose the owners and the private.
This is not related to that whatsoever. This is stream flow measurement.
Let me finish. So my question is, are we doing anything that opens up on information, private property owners and so on as a result of this? May not be tied to that effort, but I want to make sure we don't put ourselves in a core situation. Private property.
All of this information is related solely to stream flows and stream water quality in the stream. It has nothing to do with private landowners or the ditches that are related.
Even though they do have that stream.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, are there any other questions? Any other additional discussion? Motion? Staff recommendation is moved by Director Hawes, second. Second by Chamber Henry. Further discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Mike and Raquel as well. Greatly appreciate it.
And now, Zane, you're up.
Well, external affairs team.
Sorry, external affairs team, sorry.
Also.
Yes, got it, sorry. By the way, just while they're getting kind of organized, many of you have already heard this, but if you weren't in the room at the time, we absolutely will take a break somewhere in the 10:15, 10:30 time frame for at least 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes, so everybody can get checked out and stuffed to cars. Okay, so we will not skip the morning break, all right? Thank you, go ahead.
Thank you. Stephanie will wait on the video. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, directors. The External Affairs team kicked this morning off with a wonderful new Information and Outreach Committee meeting where we discussed our new communication strategic plan. That includes some new messaging strategies and campaigns that we'll be working on in the coming year. Before I do a summary of that, I just want to say I know people are probably eager to hear what Zane's going to be putting forward. So Lindsay and I are going to keep this fairly concise, but if there are additional questions about this messaging and the events that we're doing, we welcome your input and discussion. I'm going to kick it over to Lindsay first, just to talk about what our planned events are for 2022 and some dates that all of you would love to put on your calendars now and things that we'll be working with you on, especially in regards to State of the River events. But I'll kick it over to you and then we'll talk about messaging strategies.
Sure. So once again, just a quick summary of some upcoming events. February 22nd is the next Water Wiki Lunch installment, Know Your Snow. We're looking at snowpack river forecasts and the shifting through year climate normal average to be explained by those experts coming in from all over, from Jeffrey Deans with ASO, Sarah Tessendorf, and then Paul Miller as well will be on the call. And that's on February 22nd. So feel free to tune in. You can register on the website. After that, we move into our State of the River season, and the dates are filling up in the calendar. We're starting up in Rat and Moffat counties with Steve-O and Craig as separate events back to back. I'm going to go ahead and send out an email after I'm done here, probably to all of you with those exact dates, because we have set Moffat and we have set Summit County, we've set Sport with Hannah Holmes on Mesa County. It's almost set. It's almost set.
So all of that really just got started with the dates in the last 10 days, but we'll keep you up to date with all of that. And I just wanted to reiterate what we said with the presentation this morning, that if you have thoughts about what your particular county, state of the river should include, or what you would like to add to it, please feel free to reach out to myself or to Marielle, and we'll try to incorporate that, because this is obviously the first set of in-person events that we have done as an EA team, and we welcome your input through it all. Our annual water seminar is on September 16th of 2022, and it will be here at CMU. So we have the venue booked already. And from that point on, again, if you have thoughts of what you'd like to see, please reach out at any time. I just want to encourage you all as board to reach out to the EA team if you have thoughts and considerations specific to events or to social media or anything else. And just to add to that, a lot of our strategies moving forward as an EA team, as we're working on our communication strategic plan, I know that the last few years have been challenging in a lot of ways, and as a new team, we're really looking forward to connecting with people face to face in all of our counties that you represent, and working with all of you, bringing you into the fold as we work on these events and give presentations around the district, and just hold listening sessions and work to elevate the stories of the people in our district. As part of our communications strategic plan, we recognized as an EA team, and we've been working with Andy on this, that the 7 messaging pillars that the organization has established when we were working to pass ballot measure 7A, they remain foundational to our work, but we wanted to recognize the fact that those messaging pillars were a little more focused internally, because they were based on reaching our constituency and helping to pass 7A so that we could establish the community funding partnership. And since then, we haven't really incorporated any intentional messaging around some of the broader issues that our district is facing, and including communicating outside our district boundaries with folks whose actions do affect us on the West Slope and our river flows. So as part of our new messaging pillars, we're expanding some of that to include more direct language to celebrate the successes and partnerships that have been facilitated by the community funding partnership, and look to that as kind of a beacon for how we can really innovate in terms of connecting people with partnerships across user groups, interests to multi-benefit, to achieve multi-benefit projects, and really tackle some of the big issues that we're facing hydrologically and otherwise across our district head on at a local level. So we want to recognize the community funding partnership in all of our messaging that we're doing. We also want to recognize that Colorado has a really unique position as a headwaters state, and the river district itself, it has that headwaters hydrology that accounts for 65% of the river flows for the greater Colorado River Basin. And it's just such an important thing to point out that we are that first link in a very vital chain that represents the health and vitality of this huge economic region and cultural region that is the Western Slope. It is Colorado, and it is the greater Colorado River Basin. So working to incorporate that headwaters economics concept into everything we do is also a priority. Looking at conservation for adaptation is another thing. Working with people whose water use affects the Colorado River, both on the East Slope and the West Slope. And that's going to tie in to a campaign that we're working on specifically to target Front Range consumers. So that will be a 2-phase effort that the EA team is hoping to start this year in Boulder and Larimer counties, connecting with external partners to get messaging across to the very intensely growing Front Range communities about how their water comes from the Western Slope, and so their actions affect us, and that the health and vitality of their communities are directly tied to the health and vitality of the Western Slope in our constituency. So working on that as a new strategic communications campaign this year. It will be, as I mentioned, 2 phases. The first one will be education focused, because a lot of folks on the Front Range, especially people who are new homeowners and moving to the region, don't know where their water comes from. Turn on the tap, the water is there, but that's kind of where that mental journey ends. And so making sure they understand that. And then phase 2 will be an action phase where we're working with external partners to encourage these user groups on the Front Range to contact their elected officials. And we will, as a river district, also be contacting and communicating with electeds about how we can work towards enhanced conservation measures across Front Range so that our western slope remains healthy and vibrant and can continue to contribute to the economy and culture that we have here in Colorado. That's so important to so many of those people who live on the Front Range. So that's going to be a huge part of our efforts this year. Also looking at just healthy watersheds, tying in the land water connection, tying in forests, and how forest headwaters are so important, especially in the context these days of mega fires and all of the issues that creates and that we've seen across the western slope in terms of those symptoms, trying to be more proactive when talking about soil health, aridification, productive agriculture, as well as those fire issues, forest issues, and then where we can look to incorporate some policy, land use planning, and kind of connect some very siloed topics that we often see where water and land are so often separately accounted for. So working in our messaging to kind of tie that together to our constituency. And then infrastructure is going to be a huge part of what we talk about as well. And we didn't touch upon this very much in our INO committee presentation, but especially as we're talking about the community funding partnership and how that can really leverage the funds available through the new infrastructure law, how we can help our constituents tackle these great issues that they're facing to an even greater extent. So community funding partnership is a huge cornerstone of our work and an essential tool, but how we can incorporate that effort and that messaging and leverage the community funding partnership for these broader funds at the federal level. So we'll be talking about that. And I know Zane has a lot more on the policy side and legislative side that he'll be discussing. In relation to the community funding partnership as well, you all approved, and we're so grateful for the contract that we now have with Vital Films to tell the stories of our grantees and the projects that are happening right now across the western slope. And so we actually have a sizzle reel that Stephanie is going to share and pull up from Vital that the EA team worked on. Zane and Amy and Lindsay and I worked with them to create this initial sizzle reel that will be kind of the primer for a broader video that we will release towards the end of the year that really digs into the crux of what the community funding partnership is and all of the benefits of it. We'll also be working with them, and they've already started working on vignettes about individual projects and the individual voices that are involved in these community funding partnership projects. So we really want to make sure we're telling those stories of individuals across our district and the important partnerships and solutions, really innovative big picture solutions that people are coming up with at a local level. So without further ado, Stephanie, if you don't mind playing the teaser trailer.
For more than 80 years, the Colorado River District has been working to protect West Slope water and keep your water on the western slope.
Adapting to a hotter, drier future where there may be less water means that you need to have infrastructure that works properly.
Today, the Colorado River District continues that legacy with the creation of the Community Funding Partnership.
This is like a dream come true that this actually came to fruition. We wouldn't have done it without grant funding.
The community funding partnership funds were key to making this happen.
Together, we're funding community-driven projects that benefit current and future generations on the western slope.
Still having opportunities for people to paddle down the river, having healthy agriculture.
It's critically important to an area like this, having access to the funds that came through 7A last year gives the River District the ability to really help.
Healthy rivers, infrastructure, productive agriculture, watershed health and water quality, conservation and efficiency.
15 counties as diverse as Pitkin or Rio Blanco or Delta and Summit. These are hugely different areas with hugely different needs, but they all came together to realize that water is the most important thing we share on the western slope.
With the support of Western Colorado Rivers, partnership funding will provide a catalyst for water projects that benefit our communities, our economies, and our environment. Because the work we do today will define our communities tomorrow. These are your rivers. This is your water, and we are your Colorado River District. Visit coloradoriverdistrict.org to learn more.
So we're hoping to continue to work with Vital and building up a library of videos that really, like I said, highlight these individual stories, these individual projects, and make sure we're elevating the voices of our constituents and the work that we're doing to support them in the face of great challenges, as our hydrology reports always importantly point out. So we'll leave it at that and open it up to any questions and discussion before moving on to Zane's presentation.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Scott.
Scott, sorry.
I think it's open for question.
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
I read.
So, what was the group that's doing that? What was the budget on this?
We have a 3-year contract with Vital Films, totaling, I believe, and Zane can confirm, 50,000 over the course of 3 years.
So 50 total.
Yes.
So I like it, beautiful. I'm just trying to figure out, is this public relations effort, I mean, or is it a targeted effort? A targeted effort is the community funding. We can identify our targets, or is this just feel good? And I'll give you an example this morning, because I was preparing to come to work. I think I probably heard 3 ads on the local radio station. You know, that's nice. But who remembers that? You know, from a campaign and also other experiences. You know, these kind of ads, they look good, they feel good. Probably the worst performing ad in the history of advertising is Coca-Cola. And had the #1 song in the world, but the products didn't sell. So it's beautiful, it's feel good. Are we better, I guess, so I need to weigh out, are we better using the 50,000 towards one of our projects or spending on the radio ads this morning? And I'm not sure. I'd say the afterlife of that ad was probably, I guess you could saturate it. Seemed saturated this morning. Couple of days. We're reaching a very broad group. These are funds I thought we were focusing on specific projects. So help me out a little on that.
Yes.
And like here, we keep thanking the voters. That's already behind us. This seems kind of like a promotional, well, pre-election.
Well, and I appreciate that.
Can they help me a little bit?
Sure, they can speak up.
Thank you. And thank you for the comments for hearing this on. This is funding that is part of our external affairs budget, so it is a public relations effort. This trailer in particular is just kind of a sizzle reel of things that we've started to work on with the organization. But again, it's going to end up being a series of vignettes that tell individual stories. I think a lot of what we're looking at in our communication strategy as an external affairs team is that we're not connected yet to a lot of the constituents that we serve. And so this in part will help identify the work that we're doing across the district at a local level and the partnerships that we founded and the voices of individuals that we serve through the community funding partnership and solutions that can be possible through this type of partnership that was created by Ballot Measure 7A. We've been working with Amy as well to figure out for the larger video, you know, how much information in terms of guidance for people who might be interested in applying for the community funding partnership, you know, having that information more readily available in a digestible form as a video. We don't have a ton of video content. We had a lot that was made for the 7A campaign, but this is going to be celebrating that, but also just opening it up to our constituents to understand the opportunities that exist as they're scrolling and seeing all these articles about, you know, aridification and drought and the serious issues that are being faced by Western water users. The community funding partnership is a way that we can start tackling those issues together at a local level. So that's part of the strategy here. And you know,
well, that's well described, but I'm trying to figure out, so you have $16,000 or so per year for your total budget. I don't know what that costs. That's beautiful. My guess is your production costs. Take that out of there. What are you gonna, what do you accomplish?
So your recommendation, I'm gonna push back pretty hard on this. Excuse me.
No, you're interrupting. Don't lie.
Go right ahead.
I'm very involved. I'm asking you questions. One, I'd like to know how we measure it, best use of the money. And at the same time, because what I've just heard is great, but as she's speaking, I'm thinking, how are you gonna do that on $16,000 a year gross? That, whatever this ad costs, you can't really deliver us our money better spent directly with our community partners. Now,
Let me just step in, because I think there's a little bit, maybe a misunderstanding here. This is not an ad in the context that you're thinking of, I don't think, Director Ricketts, okay? This is a piece, and believe me, this is not really in my wheelhouse to explain this. So I'm going to turn it back to our expert team. But this isn't going to be like buying ads, right? This is stuff that goes on Facebook or, you know, whatever social media it is. It will be the kind of thing that reaches and provides more information about Western Slope that goes along with what they just talked about and try to explain to people new to Colorado, or people who've lived here all their lives, where their water comes from. And it's part of, I think, the overall strategy of trying to get people to really focus on the fact this will be people in the Front Range even clicking on this, right? And looking at this, and part of the overall strategy is to try and get the people who are moving here from Illinois, New Jersey, you know, wherever, to understand that it's not a matter of just turning on the tap. The water comes from places, and how, you know, how do we get it, and what are, you know, what does it look like on the Western Slope? So I don't think it's an ad, unless I've missed something.
I specifically, this piece is one that, and President Winmore's correct, gets boosted out on social media, gets used at our in-person events, gets used at our virtual events repeatedly. This board already approved this contract for Vital Films. We had a long discussion at that meeting about what the purpose and use of this was for. The board approved the funds that the EA team is currently expending. The message here, specifically to CFP, is to make sure that our constituents who don't know the River District, number one, and number two, don't realize that there is an avenue to help them stay in business if they're agricultural producers, or help them if they're a small town, implement water conservation programs and modernization of their systems. This is a video to reach those people who don't read everything that our directors know about in the water. This video is an excellent expenditure of money by the River District. This is how we get our name out. This is how we get our product, and this is how we help our constituents get this money out the door, making the biggest impact in every basin, in every town, and on every farm that needs it. That's why this is a good expenditure.
how do you measure it?
Well, we can measure it on social media, because we know exactly how many people have watched it, how many people have opened it, how many people have watched it to the end or stopped in the middle of it. And we know people in terms of how they contact us on the community funding project. They will tell us every time they contact us where they got the information and what led them to it. So we are tracking all of that.
So you are, by the way, I'm not questioning the intent, but you're pretty defensive about it. I'm not questioning the intent, and I'm a big fan of the community partnership. I'm questioning the delivery. Despite the fact this board has already approved the budget, it's being taught, remember, you question whether or not the delivery is taking place as originally anticipated. Now you are advertising commercially. I heard two, maybe three in about a 25-minute period of time. I think on that's on my throat, 98.1 to Montrose Country Station. I heard three.
We do also advertise on radio. That also is in
Okay,
budget.
so my point is, I mean, I don't know, my experience in advertising is, you want to get that message across, you've got to really put some resources. And I'm wondering how you do it on $16,000 a year. I mean, it all sounds, it all makes me feel good. Are we really using that? Are we effectively getting that message? Increase the budget? But I kind of sense a real defensive hit back at me that it's a beautiful ad, so in essence, be quiet because we already passed the budget. Which of course I take some offense to that. So do we ever, is it off limits for the board to question whether or not we're delivering?
I think Director McInnes, given the time that we have allotted for this matter this morning, that some of this discussion would take place better in next year's budget meeting. If you've got some specific concerns about this, absolutely raise them at this time, or if you've got some concerns about the external affairs message plan for the year. But I just would want, you know, if you've got some specific questions or issues, let's raise them and discuss them now. But
In other words, I'm sorry.
but this really wasn't something to do discussion to go back and look at the budget.
Not looking back at the budget, I'm wondering about the delivery. Just had a presentation, and I guess the chairwoman's response is, okay, it's fair game a year from now when we discuss the budget. My specific request, and by the way, we've spent 2 hours listening to our state bureaucracy, or an hour and a half yesterday afternoon. I would think on an internal matter like this, presentation, that's a logical question to be asked. And I thought about it this morning when I heard those ads. I thought, this is going to be pretty interesting. So the question is, can you do it for $16,500? And that's fair to ask.
I think that's a fair question, but I haven't heard you ask that question to them.
Ma'am,
Please.
can you do it for $16,500 net the cost? Tell me how you measure it.
Well, as Sandy mentioned, and thank you, Director McInnes, a lot of this content, and Marty was saying it as well, is going on our social media accounts. And to boost that effort, it does not take a lot of funding to reach a lot of people across social media platforms. And we have analytics that come from that. We also have analytics when we put these types of this type of content out on our e-newsletter as well. So we're measuring in that regard, and Vital Films has done great work for us in the past, and we think that the quality of their video far surpasses a lot of the investment that we put in it. And so that's how we're measuring it. We're looking at connecting with people we haven't connected with before. And so that's only part though of our external affairs and communications budget as a whole. So the Vital Films is one piece of it. The radio ads are another. We also have budgets for the in-person events that we're doing at State of the Rivers. And then we're communicating with our constituents at every level. So the EA budget is not solely that for communicating these efforts just through this video. It is across the board, radio, it's social media, it's these this video content, it's when we're working with constituents out at events. So I hope that answers the question.
Okay, very good.
If I can just.
Director Chandler Henry has been waiting to speak, and then Zane has his hand up.
Madam Chair, all due respect. You interrupted her, then you go to another speaker.
Let's let Director Chandler Henry answer her question, ask the question.
I just wanted to tag on to Director McInnes, what you were saying about outcomes. I think that's really a critical piece and always the hardest to measure. So we can measure how many people look at it, but to me, the big outcome is, do people trust the river district? Do policymakers think about these issues as they're making decisions? And do people across the state understand that Colorado River water is connected to the whole state economy? Now, I'm all for figuring out, all right, how do we measure those things? And maybe there's a way we can do that other than clicks on the watching. Because I think that's a fair question. I think this will really help in that effort. It shows what the river district's doing. It ties it into the tax money they approved. It does all those things. So my expectation is the outcome is people will trust the river district. They will understand that our water leads to their health and their economy. But so maybe we need to figure out what are the outcomes from it for how we can make that?
Sure, I was just gonna say,
Nancy.
if Director McGinnis would ever be interested, I do have the social media metrics based on, say, 100 boost of, we haven't actually boosted this ad yet, it just was finished and we're going to put it into our social media plan. But for example, the hiring post, if you ever wanted to look at those metrics to see what this much of a boost would get you as far as views and clicks and whatnot, and that's something you're interested in.
Same.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing all of the other directors' comments, but I do want to underscore that this is just one tool in our overall toolbox. I think it's a valuable tool because it plugs in, as Andy pointed out, to multiple areas of our outreach and our communications strategies. The other thing, two other points is that this trailer that the board just saw for the first time, and it's the first time that we've released it publicly, did not take up $16,000 of the Vital Films budget. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but it was a much smaller amount. To that point, Vital Films has worked with us in the past. This is the continuation of a multi-year effort with them to help tell the stories of our water users and to help demonstrate the value that the River District presents to the water users that we represent in the communities that we serve throughout the Western Slope. I think we all agree that the 15 counties of the River District are some of the most beautiful stretches of territory in the nation, if not the world. And I think that's one of the most valuable tools in our toolbox as well, is showing our constituents and folks outside of the River District what it is that we are working to protect and what it is that we're doing every day to ensure that water remains on the Western Slope and continues to flow westward. So with that, I would offer to Director McGinnis an offline chat to help walk through kind of how this ties into the previous the years of strategies that have gone into or that this plays a role within. So.
Any further questions at this time?
I just want to see outcomes.
What, yes, Zane, you have your hand up. Oh, just see you there. Okay. Yes, Director Munger.
So I'll try to be brief here. I kind of like run under the radar, but that isn't today. We need to be out. I try to work on objectives, and so I asked myself when I saw the take, I think it's pretty well explained here in the outreach and advocacy initiatives, and that's what I kind of want to see is what we're trying to accomplish here. And again, I guess in a broader perspective, we're trying to accomplish because water is becoming very visible out there in the whole world. Every mom and pop knows about it. Everybody now knows all of a sudden we're in a drought, and we need to reassure the communities and the people we represent that we're on top of it. We know what we have to do. So I thought the trailer was great. I'm sympathetic with Director McGinnis's questions and the rest, but if we don't take the leadership role and tell everybody that we're doing a good job here doing it, we'll have a bunch of splintered efforts out here in the state, and that's not too bad, but it's saying we need to be able to be the focal point to be able to draw that in. So that's it. Thank you.
Director Gray.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also having a lot of trouble hearing, particularly what Director McGinnis was saying, but I caught some of it, and I think, to me, by the way, I did like the trailer. I think, though, to me, we should put this on an agenda in another meeting of where we're headed, how we're going to get there. Maybe we can all be better up to speed and comfortable with what we're doing. I think that would be a good thing we should do, maybe in our next meeting.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Was that all that you had? Okay. Yeah. If there aren't any other questions on external affairs and communications, then yes.
Just one more piece with that. We have very remote parts
parts in these 15 counties. Rio Blanco County, I know where I'm at in Rangeley specific. I have a Vernal, Utah station and KRAI AM. That's it. We have no TV unless you have satellite or cable or internet. We went through this on our base roundtable where we had a video as well. Very contentious. It took us a long time to sort through it because you can't please everybody. Very complex, very complex. And I understand exactly what Director McGinnis is talking about, because those are the same things that we got for feedback on ours. But I think we've got to be able to, he talked about hearing 3 ads just in his drive around here. I don't ever hear an ad in our part of the world other than social media. And that's where I chime in and other people do, and we share it around. That's our news outlet. Really, it is. I wish there was something better, but this is what we got. And I know on the roundtable, we encourage them, you got to use the local newspaper. You got to get out there on the AM radio stations because that's what resonates through the mountains. I'm not running FM radio when I'm up in the mountains. I'm running AM because I don't have satellite in my Jeep. That's the reality of it. So I think there's a method to get the messaging across as well, but it's not this one tool. It's a multiple set of tools. But I agree that how do we utilize the funding best to get out there? Because there are other people in one county that, yeah, you got 6,000 people out there. It's a small base of voters, but their water needs are just as important as what you got in the Grand River Valley, where you got 100,000 people living here in Mesa County.
And Director Van Brink, we completely agree with you, and we have the metrics on the prevalence of Facebook and Instagram and Twitter accounts. Facebook happens to be extremely utilized in Rangeley or in Rio Blanco and Moffett counties. We target those areas with these ads. We geo-target them, and we do that on social media for that very purpose. Just so you know, that's not accidental, but
no, I do
you've
see
seen
that. But that's where a video like you just saw provides value to that remote county, because now they can get a quick 2-minute message across that quick, rather than just one little snapshot in a 2-second blurb underneath. Gives us a little bit more context. So I wish we had better communications. I don't think this is the best that we got. It's better than what it was 10 years ago.
Okay, anything else on external affairs? Okay, if not, Zane, you've got some things for us under state affairs.
We have a few things to talk about. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Director Vandenbrink, there is an infrastructure bill out there that has some broadband dollars and telecommunications dollars in it. So maybe we could brainstorm on the side for Rio Blanco County.
We actually have broadband, not the whole county.
Great.
I've got fiber optic to my house.
Well, let's dive into state affairs, if that's okay with you, Madam Chair. I sent you all an update yesterday afternoon. Unfortunately, the update in your packet is rather outdated at this point, and I think we're all in the loop on everything that was highlighted in that state affairs report in the board packet in front of you. So I would like to just highlight, as I did in my email, the departure of the Senate President Leroy Garcia of Pueblo, which has a lot of folks scratching their heads and wondering who's going to fill his spot. As I alluded to in my email, there are a handful of folks at the Capitol that are looking at Kerry Donovan, who the current President pro tem of the Senate. Donovan is term limited at the end of this year, but she is one of only a couple likely successors. Of course, the entire caucus will decide this, and I cannot predict for you where they will land. I think it's important for us to keep an eye on, because if Senator Donovan, a West Slope member of what I call the Colorado River District delegation, is selected to replace Senator Garcia, that would mean we're going to have a new chair of the Senate Ag and Natural Resource Committee. It has not always been easy, but it has always been good to have a West Sloper in the the chair seat within that Ag and Natural Resource Committee. So that's something I and our team at the Capitol will be paying very close attention to. I would encourage members of the board to, through your own avenues, please chime in and help us protect West Slope representation on that critical committee in the Senate. With that, I think in the interest of time, I'll dive into the 3 bills that I have for you to review and potentially add your position to today. Is that okay with you, Madam President?
Thank you.
Okay. The first bill for your review is House Bill 1151. This is a turf replacement bill, turf replacement program bill brought to us by Representatives Catlin and Roberts in the House and Senator Simpson and Bridges in the Senate. The bill will provide funding for the Colorado Water Conservation Board to incentivize and accelerate the voluntary replacement of less used or non-essential irrigated turf grass. Turf replacement programs and projects around the state are similar in scope and aren't very complicated, in my opinion. As a result, House Bill 1151 is designed to create what I see as a relatively simple and streamlined process for communities and property owners to access funding to remove non-essential turf and to replace that turf with native grasses or less water intensive landscaping options. I think it's important to point out for you that in Colorado, 19 total communities, all of which are located on the East Slope, have existing turf replacement programs. Those programs vary a bit from here to there, but again, they're all generally streamlined and similar in many ways. I see this as an important way to supplement those existing programs while also creating a funding source for the establishment of new programs, potentially on the Western Slope, where I'll just say anecdotally, I live in Carbondale, Colorado, where there is no shortage of Kentucky bluegrass, and having a state program to facilitate the removal of some of those non-essential turf areas might be an opportunity for the West Slope to lead by example. So I think you have my full analysis there. My recommendation on this and in communication with Representative Catlin is that the board support this bill.
All right, questions for Zane? Yes, Director Vandenberg.
Do we need legislation for communities to develop this as part of their water, their conservation plan? Can
No.
town actually do this on their own?
Yes, sir. And this is designed subject to annual appropriations to provide a supplemental fund to expand on those existing Front Range programs, as well as as I said, an opportunity for communities to access a 50-50 match to establish their own programs.
I get that, so I'm going somewhere with this, so please bear with me. But doesn't that, by conserving that water, provide financial incentive to that community as well to delay the expansion of their infrastructure within their town? That's just one component. I see water conservation being a win-win for a community as well, to extend their beneficial life of their water resources, and that should be an incentive for them alone, as opposed to going out and taking state dollars and applying it to yank out bluegrass and put in a agave plant or whatever it is. I don't know if I'm making sense with that or not, but I see that there's a financial benefit to the community that doesn't take legislation to be done.
What I do know is that the programs that exist today, again, all of the programs in the state are on the Front Range, are oversubscribed. The programs in existence typically hover around $1 per square foot incentive. Most of those programs, the most notable are Fort Collins and Greeley, Colorado. Those are oversubscribed and quickly run out of funding every year. So I think there's more demand for this type of program, and again, subject to annual appropriations. Right now, we are in a position at the state where the general fund has more money than it has in the past. I think devoting some additional resources to expand some of these programs and get some of this non-essential turf on the Front Range removed only benefits us and takes less pressure off of our rivers for future supplies.
Thank you.
Director Munger.
Yeah, quickly, Director Van Brink, in a perfect world, your analogy seems great. But I've seen smaller communities, 1,600, 2,000, like your communities as well, that are bonded and indebted, and they need the revenue to generate. And so they don't have discount. I mean, they're selling as much water as they can sell so they can pay off their water. So I think that's where I think we need to make sure we understand that. I know a couple of counties, cities in my county have done that in the past. And so they don't really want to have you save water because they need the revenue on material structure.
I understand.
Yep.
Other questions?
I would
Comments,
move that
yes.
we approve staff recommendation and support.
Second.
Motion by Munger to accept staff recommendations, second by Chair Henry. Any further discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries.
Thank you, Madam President. The second bill for the board's review today is Senate Bill 126, which came out of left field for many of us, and it would prioritize water storage projects in the South Platte River Basin. The bill, well, under current law, the CWCB has established priorities for projects that develop for beneficial use waters in rivers that are subject to compacts. This bill adds an additional priority that of those priorities, the South Platte should receive top consideration as a means of increasing development of water within the South Platte Basin. I think I was pretty straightforward in my staff analysis that this would, it would direct funds to the South Platte Basin at the expense of water users in every other river basin. This is clearly tied to the new water controversy that's, or war, as some are calling it, being waged between Nebraska and Colorado. I see it very much as a political response to a purely political problem. My recommendation here is that we strongly oppose this bill. And I know that Director Curry may have some additional comments. She and I have been monitoring this at the water lobby level. So I would turn to her for any additional comments potentially.
And Director Curry has her hand up, so we'll recognize Director Curry.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate that. And I agree with Zane's assessment. I appreciate that you've been so clear. But I just wanted to note for the board's edification that the sponsorship is a little bit mystifying. Senator Donovan is one of the co-prime sponsors, and Senator Simpson's on the bill as well, with a long list of other members of the Senate that come from areas near the South Platte or in the South Platte drainage. So whoever proposed the bill did run around and get a pretty strong list of sponsors. And my guess is that that's because the bill contains one or two statements referring to minimizing Trans Mountain diversions or reducing Trans Mountain diversions. So maybe that was the attractiveness for a couple of the folks, but regardless, that isn't well defined in the bill, didn't provide enough comfort, obviously, for Zane and doesn't for me either. And then just by way of information, Ute Water is opposing the bill, and a lot of other people are just now trying to absorb it because it's a end run around the CWCB setting priorities for their budget and how dollars should be expended. So that's not good water policy either. But I just wanted to support Zane, let you know that I support Zane's recommendation.
Others, yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Zane, what's the momentum for Kathleen? What's the momentum you're picking up there at the State House on this bill? Is it getting fast tracked?
Thank you, Director McGinnis. Madam President, this, as I said earlier, this came out of left field. It was introduced on Friday. I don't see it calendared right now. I don't have a good answer for you on that, unfortunately. As Director Curry alluded to, the sponsorship list is a bit mystifying. I can't tell you whether it's moving fast or not, just because it hasn't been calendared yet. And again, it came very quickly and without any discussion that I know of amongst the broader water community.
I would just say, I mean, the budget for water projects and development in the state of Colorado is woefully low. The water plan, Colorado Water Plan, has all kinds of projects all over the state, and the funding being devoted to it is minimal. And then to direct it all to the South Platte, I think is really unfortunate. So I certainly would not want to see this pass. Anyone else? Yes.
Do we have any input from Senator Donovan? Is she a prime sponsor on it, saying? Donovan?
She is. Yes, sir.
Have you visited with her, gotten her side of her, or read any articles in the paper about her position? I know it just came in on Friday.
Nothing that I've seen in the press. I have attempted to reach out, but have not gotten a call back at this point. I'll be down at the Capitol on Thursday, though, and planning to track her down and have a conversation on this.
Same for me. I tried to reach out, but she didn't check in Eagle County.
Okay, so what's the pleasure of the board? Is there a motion on this?
I'll move, this is Director Curry, I'll move to support staff recommendation to oppose Senate Bill 126.
Motion by Curry, is there a second? Second by McGinnis. Further discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion, aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. All right, the motion passes. We will be strongly opposing Senate Bill 22-126.
Thank you, Madam President. The third and final bill for action today is Senate Bill 114, which involves the development the establishment of fire suppression ponds by the state engineer and boards of county commissioners. This is a priority bill by Colorado Counties Incorporated. It is not on a fast track. The sponsors have asked for robust deliberation and conversations within the water community and between the water community and Colorado counties. It has been assigned to Ag and Natural Resources, but is not calendared. That said, it appears the motivations for the bill relate to some administration of ponds in Park County that have been historically used for fire suppression purposes by tankers and helicopters on a rarer occasion. But when the state engineer came in and administered those ponds due to evaporative losses and the fact that they don't have an adequate augmentation source, it seems as though Park County paid attention and is taking this legislative approach to try and protect those ponds. As I mentioned in my analysis, the bill only recognizes ponds that have been in existence or were in existence prior to January 1 of 1975. The language of the bill focuses largely on process for identifying and designated fire suppression ponds by the state engineer. I have a few concerns here, but my guess is that based on the fact that this has been the source of significant conversation at the State Affairs Committee in recent weeks, we're going to see a stakeholder group formed around this. And my guess is that we will see some significant changes and amendments proposed That being said, my recommended position is to monitor closely for the time being, unless the board has other direction for me. That's my recommendation.
All right. Questions or discussion on this bill? Yes, Director Curry.
Thank you, Madam President. I think also this is a good recommendation because it's slightly in flux, but I just wanted to mention one of the issues for the board that seems to be coming up, and that is the concept that these ponds would not be subject to water right status. And evidently this came out of Park County, where the state engineer's office was starting to notify folks that he was going to drain ponds that he felt the evaporative losses on these ponds were having an injurious effect on other water rights. And that's my understanding anyway. Please correct me if you know more about it, Zane or Peter. But if those ponds are causing injury and now they're not going to be drained, the idea would be to keep them from being drained so they could be used for fire suppression. Then I guess the injury just continues if there is one happening. And it's another bill where we're going to go around the appropriation doctrine. We're going to not go through court. It's going to be an administrative procedure through the state engineer's office, and counties would request these designations. And it's a really good cause. I'm not disputing that, but I'm with Zane that I have concerns about this as well, really, because it sets a precedent, and not a great precedent really in terms of protecting other water rights. But it's a tough one. So I think that's a good recommendation, Zane, to monitor it closely.
Director Chandler Henry.
Yeah, thanks, Dana, and thanks, Kathleen. I was at CCI when Park County brought this up, and I think they were feeling like they were at risk of wildfire due to front range diverters, and that's where the pressure was coming from to drain those ponds. I think you're spot on about going around prior appropriation, and I'm glad to see that it's going to have a robust discussion, because there may be a better place for this in some of the work that QQ is doing to say, let's look at what is happening in the basin of origin when water is diverted, and how do we mitigate negative effects in that basin of origin. And in that case, it would be an agreement between the front range diverters and Park County or wherever else was losing ponds that were unappropriated, and thus losing their ability to protect themselves from wildfire. That maybe there is some damage to that basin of origin that could be mitigated while not getting in and meddling with prior appropriations. I think monitor is good, and continuing to have that discussion about what happens to these little headwaters communities if everything is drained out by right by diverters.
Okay. Other comments? Questions?
Madam Chair, I would move staff recommendation to monitor this.
Motion by Monger's for staff recommendation, second by Rover. Any further discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Nay. All right.
Thank
Zane,
you.
that
Yep.
takes that one, and then I think we have to go back to, yes, you're prepared to do that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I do want to make one corrective note for the record. When I spoke too soon, it does look like the South Platte Basin Bill, Senate Bill 126, has been calendared now for a week from Thursday. We will make sure that we are present to testify in strong opposition to that bill on behalf of the board.
Thank you.
And with that, we've enjoyed a conversation around Senate Bill 029, the anti-speculation bill, over the last few weeks. And I know that Madam President, you and others on the board wanted to have a follow-up conversation about that bill. I, in follow-up to my legislative update last night, sent you all, as a reminder, the draft abandonment statutes language that we had proposed in concept to legislators and to a small group of stakeholders. I also sent for your review the speculation and water resource policy adopted by this board in July of 2021. I guess I can start by providing a short update on where it's at, and it's not much. Senator Quorum has asked for a small group of stakeholders to get together on Thursday afternoon after the Senate Ag Committee hearing to discuss this and find out whether there is any alignment between ag and conservation and water users on the draft abandonment approach. I can tell you I've heard from members of the conservation community that they have concerns with this approach. That being said, this does not seem to be on a fast track, and my updates for this are very similar to what I reported last Thursday and 2 weeks prior to that. We did, after the board directed us and adopted a position of amend, the following day provided this conceptual language to both Senators Quorum and Donovan. The meeting on Thursday will be the first movement on this conceptual draft language of any kind since we provided it to legislators.
Okay, so let's throw this out for discussion. We wanted to allow some time today to kind of fully discuss direction and so. Yes, Director McGinnis.
So I'm confused saying by the Thursday meeting. Is the Thursday meeting just kind of a broad sweep of whether or not there's sort of middle ground or somewhere for them to come together, or specific to the amendment language that the district provided?
Specific to the conceptual draft that we provided to legislators.
What have you heard from any of these groups that they've invited, or what kind of discussion are you hearing in the hallway regarding?
I think that's an excellent question. Per the direction of the board and understanding that this is a sensitive issue, we have not distributed this language wide and far by any means. I provided it to Colorado Cattlemen's Farm Bureau, Nature Conservancy, and a couple of others. The feedback, I think, largely is that this is a significant improvement upon the bill as drafted. That said, I think we all recognize that the bill as drafted it doesn't set the bar very high. So with that in mind, I think there are some reservations within the conservation community. I think the fact that this bill, again, as drafted, came out of the interim committee has given time for opposition to the effort to coalesce. And as I've said in previous meetings, we provided an amendment concept to legislators at their request. The bill as drafted, it's my professional opinion that if we do not find a way to improve it, it is likely to die of its own weight. So the conversations, although limited, that I've had about this conceptual draft amendment indicate that it's certainly an improvement on the bill as drafted, but I think most folks in the water community would prefer to see the bill die of its own weight. So I'll leave it at that unless Andy or Peter have additional comments.
Yes,
So
Director
follow up to
McGinnis.
that. So what's the recommendation? And I mean, what do you think? Should we let it die of its own weight, or should we continue to keep providing it?
Well, I defer to Zane on this as our external affairs government relations.
So did you hear the question, Zane?
Would you mind repeating it for me, Director McGinnis?
Sure. What's your recommendation for a preferable rate? I mean, or direction or pathway? Are we better to go ahead and let this thing die of its own weight? Or are we reviving it and give us positive results by, it seems to me what you're saying, let me step back, it seems to me what you're saying is that the bill is remains standing because of the action of our amendment, at least it's giving it a little extension. So do we benefit from that? Or should we just pull that back and let it die? Pretty soon, it seems to me, we're going to be the lead player in this thing, and I'm not sure that's exactly what we wanted at this point.
I think my recommendation right now, I'm acting on the position of the board, which is to amend. I'm taking soft steps in that approach and trying to provide our West Slope legislators who along with the River District are concerned about the threat posed by investment speculation in our water resources. I'm providing them the space necessary to continue to think on this because, again, as I said earlier, they're not in a hurry to address this. But I think, again, consistent with our policy, the River District has stated clearly that it is opposed to investment speculation. Investment speculation in our water resources poses a significant threat to our agricultural communities and the agricultural economies that have been built up around them. I think that to just step away because it's easier not to have a conversation on this and allow the bill to die of its own weight is a concession to the New York-based hedge funds that are continuing to buy up acreage and the underlying water rights on within our district. So that said, my recommendation is to continue the conversation. I think we do our best work when we are at the table and trying to make things better. I think that's when the best policy outcomes arise, is when you can try to bring people together and have an honest conversation about what is workable and can we get to yes. That said, I can't promise anything on this. This bill is problematic because of the way that it came out of the interim committee, and I can't make any guarantees that we'll be successful, but in the interest of our agricultural economies and communities and the future generation of ranchers and farmers that we hope will occupy those communities, I think we owe it to them to have a conversation on this.
I'd just like to add one thing. It isn't just the New York hedge funds that are buying up and drying up land and water for other uses. Some of the conservation organizations are doing that as well. And I mean, I've seen some of the leases where it's, a 10-year guarantee that you can still use it, although you may get paid to fallow some years, and then at the end of the 10 years, it's buy and dry, essentially. And so, I mean, let's just be clear. It's not just, I mean, we're all focused on the hedge fund folks, but it isn't just the hedge fund folks that are doing this. So I just wanted to put that out there. As you'll recall, when we voted on this, it was a very close, one of our closest votes.
Right.
Wrong with that, nothing wrong with that. But I just wanted to make sure this was on the agenda today, so that if there is any interest in revisiting our position on it, that we can do that. If there isn't, if everybody's fine where we are, then we just move on, and we have a lot of other things on the agenda. But the reason it's on the agenda is so if there's any concern or interest in revisiting it, that we've got that opportunity. Director Munger.
So I guess I'm just a little concerned here about the sunshine here, letting people see what, and again, saying you sent, and again, I appreciate what you did and what you wrote up, and I just can't share it with any of my friends or water people to know, so I didn't feel that it was in my place to share it with, other people that, water attorneys and those kind of things, or water, or even our roundtable people, to have some feedback. I am sympathetic a little bit with Director McGinnis's concern, and I don't think we want to be in the limelight, in the target here to be taking this thing on. And again, I appreciate Senator Corum and Senator Donovan's, discussion and, and that needs to have that discussion. I would like permission to send this out to a few people and so I get some input because I don't know. This is kind of above my pay grade. I don't kind of understand a lot of this stuff. So anyhow, thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Director Monger. Madam President, if I may, I'll just add that one other director on the board raised a concern in that the draft I sent out was still titled confidential. I would be happy to send you all an amended version that is solely labeled as draft and not confidential. I didn't want to suggest that it's not for distribution to partners. I think strategically speaking, we've been trying to have targeted conversations on this before bringing it to, say, the Water Congress State Affairs Committee, before we invest additional time and resources. I think we need to have the targeted conversations to find out whether or not it has fatal flaws that we're not seeing, or whether or not it is possible to get conservation and ag together around it.
Peter, you've got your hand up.
Thank you. The primary thing I was going to say was what Zane just said. I think that that there's no reason to keep this confidential at this point, but get it out there and get people talking about it. The other thing I guess I would say is just that there's this concern, rightly so, that this might pave the way towards a tacit approval of another mechanism to pay people not to use water, because it would provide for the exemption process. That occurs today under existing law for in-stream flow loans, substitute water supply plans, those sorts of things for which, and water conservation programs as well, that the River District has implemented and approved in the past for things such as the Upper Colorado River pilot project that Paul Boucher and his neighbors conducted recently, where we approve that program as part of the River District's water conservation program. And by participating and getting that approval, those participants get the benefit of not having their non-use be determined as any intent to abandon as their water rights, as well as not getting a zero, if you will, if and when in the future they went in to change the water right and get a historic consumptive use analysis. That year or two of non-use don't count as zeros in their period of historical record. What the draft language would do would be to say, hey, if you're not using water and you're getting paid not to use that water right, we're going to deem, we as the state of Colorado would deem your water right abandoned more quickly and more definitively than we would if your non-use was not accompanied by the payment of water. And then we say, except that we won't make those determinations if you fall under one of these approved programs, such as a water conservation program, that the River District or others might approve. And I guess the point I'm trying to make is that, those non-payments exist today. I don't think that taking this step opens the door to more of them. What it would do is at least it would provide the approval of a governmental entity, appointed, elected governmental entity like the River District. It doesn't have to be the River District. It could be a water conservancy district or the CWCB or somebody like that, that has taken a look at the non-use project, if you will, and said, yes, this is okay, we approve of it. In my mind, at least, this is not by any means a silver bullet for speculation. It's not going to stop all water speculation in the state. But it does give that sort of governmental approval and oversight for a non-use project, and might stop and I think would have a quell on any future efforts by perhaps lower basin entities to pay Colorado water users not to use water in the Colorado River Basin. That's sort of the primary point that I think it does. So I'm happy to talk more or less about this. I obviously we take direction from the board on this and as well as everything, obviously, but I just thought I'd sort of reiterate those points that may not have been made perfectly clear just based on sort of how of our soft rollout of this.
Thank you, Peter. Andy.
Yeah, I want to say we're looking for, and we have current direction from the board, but we're looking for either reaffirmation or different direction if that's what the board chooses. And I want to maybe just point out, and I hear Director McGinnis being very concerned about us getting in a position where we're taking the lead on a bill that is potentially perilous. And I think that's a legitimate concern. I want to just focus a little bit on how we got here and why from the staff perspective. And that is, when you look at our mission, it's to lead in the protection of Western slope water. Okay, that's simplifying the entire mission, but that's in our mission. And in this past July, our board adopted a policy, and the reason we have these policies, we're about to have a policy discussion on 5 additional policies. But this last July, the board adopted a speculation in water resources policy that specifically said that the River District opposes speculation in Colorado's water resources, where the purported speculator does not have a specific plan to put water for use for legitimate beneficial purposes, and particularly where an interest in water is pursued primarily to secure a financial profit. And there's a whole lot more to the background statement in there, but it is the question before the board is, do we take leadership on an issue that has the potential to negatively impact our water users, and specifically in this instance, our agricultural community, the longevity, not the immediacy. So there's a potential immediate benefit to some ag users who might be interested in selling because it will increase the value of their water if water speculators are in the market. But in terms of the longevity of our agriculture, our West Slope ag is family-owned, small parcels. It has a really unique flavor to it. And if we increase the value of our ag water and our ag land, those families that want to stay involved and buy their neighbor's land when they're ready to sell are no longer competing against just other farmers, ranchers, and local developers. They're competing against New York hedge funds with money that comes at a completely different scale. And so we've got to look at that and understand that. And the question for the board is it appropriate for us to lead on finding solutions or potential fixes for this? Or is it appropriate for us to step back and say, we have a policy, we support the concept, but we're not going to engage right now? And I'm asking that just to try to frame the conversation for the board and ask you for that direction. Because I think, we thought we were following that, recognizing that it was a split vote, but we thought we were following that policy, and we just want to make sure that the board gives us the clarity to go forward and do this.
I think Director Gray had his hand up, then Director Hawes, then Director McGinnis.
Thank you, Madam President. I think we do need to be involved in this. This is one of the most important things that is concerning to West Slope agriculture. I was a nay vote when we last talked about this, simply because I wasn't sure that the thing we were offering was going to get us anywhere, and in fact might just subtly show that the River District was on the page of a solution that really didn't get us where we really need to be. But I think we really need to stay in touch. I don't think being in the lead's a bad thing. If we can get some coalescing around the real solution. And I wanted to say, because I think it is really important, would we be advised to move our next Thursday meeting to Friday after the afternoon meeting that Zane was informing us about this morning? Because I think we need to see what the feedback is, and then possibly change or at least put it back to the board to see where we stand on this bill. That's a thought. But right now, it's not just the lower basin. It is, as Marty, you pointed out, it is the conservation groups. Some of our friends are actually can be the channel by which money is funneled to just dry up ag. And I think we need to be careful that we're not greasing the skids for more of that. However, that can happen now, as Peter pointed out. So anyway, that's my comments.
Thank you, Director Gray. And you've raised a good point about timing on our meeting. We'll let Zane address that later, but Director Hawes, you were next.
Thank you. I was going to raise the same issue. Could we wait? And I thought, Zane, you said the meeting was this Thursday. So next Thursday would be our chance to hear about it, revisit the topic. It just seems to me we need to have that stepwise approach where we just, every chance we get, we can revisit this and dive into the details.
Okay. Thank you. Director.
And
well, first of all, Andy, I don't think that, I believe we're not engaged. To engage doesn't mean you have to be the lead. And I'm not sure we tie under this bill. I think we absolutely have to engage. Clearly, it's a big issue. By the way, biggest threat we've seen in Mesa County over many decades is not New York investment companies who are chairwoman refers to as a municipality. Water or City of Grand Junction, they're the big buyers out there. You go up on the Grand Mesa, those ranches right up there are City of Grand Junction or Water or some of the others. So there's a shift that's going on out there. My reluctance with this bill is I'm not sure the bill sponsors, and I'd say it to them if they were here right now. It's kind of hard.
Yeah, no, we don't mind if you speak to the mic. And I would say, Scott, I've gotten a couple requests from people online to try to boost our voice because unfortunately this microphone is having trouble picking up voices.
Okay, so
Sorry.
So especially considering we got all this thing turn my back to you. But so I'm not sure, and I'd say to the two sponsors right now, just exactly how much they engage before they, in my opinion, slap this thing together and threw it out there, and then we promptly decided to take the lead on it. I think once this picks up a more momentum, the one that's going to really have the 800-pound gorilla is the one with most of the information. And it doesn't mean that you're the first one to jump up on the front of the line and say you're the leader. It's the one that puts our resources and really focuses what are the legal aspects on it. I mean, we're talking about private property. Here in Mesa County, I can tell you there's a lot of diversity. Grand Valley Water Users sent us an email yesterday. It says, hey, we like the law the way it is. I guess the chairman or president of that, maybe Colorado Water Congress, said, expressed a view, we don't want any kind of speculations even within their own. There's just a lot of turf to cover on this. And so my point was, I think the bill was put together, thrown out there. The reason I voted no was not because I've taken a position on either side. I'm just saying, are we really prepared to engage in this to the extent we should? And I think Zane's meeting on Thursday is perfect. I think it's great. But you know, who put some time in on this, was the study committee. The study committee sure did, or what, the interim committee, they didn't take the lead on this. In fact, they said, we're not recommending anything because they were split amongst themselves. Well, that's what my point being is, you absolutely should be engaged. I just question whether we have enough information, enough muscle, and have really understand our constituents' diversity on this issue before we jump in and pronounce ourselves the lead. And I thought at the beginning, when I came in, so I'm the newbie, I thought we were more focused on making recommendations to the governor's office, or maybe throwing it out amongst other groups, kind of what our ideas were. And then all of a sudden I thought, wow, now we're going to be the lead. It's a time and place.
I'm not hearing from the group a whole lot of interest in changing our position at the moment. Director Curry, I'm going to take your remarks, and then I'm just going to point out to everybody, we are closing in on being an hour behind schedule. And that's fine. We wanted to have this conversation, but we do need to get checked out, those of us who are here, and we have a lot of work left to do. So Director Curry, your comment, and then let's kind of wrap this up with saying and come up with a plan for moving forward.
Okay, thanks, Madam President. I'll be really brief. I just wanted to let folks know that I did check in with the people in Gunnison County to see how they felt about the amendment and about this whole process, and got differing responses. The Upper Gunnison is opposed to the bill as introduced, the Upper Gunnison district, and then the county has always tried to stay at the table and stay in discussions on controversial issues like this unless it boils down to a situation where there is no solution. So I just wanted to mention that, and it kind of seconds the previous remarks about how people are split, and we can't even seem to agree on what speculation means, let alone what to do about it. And so I appreciate the discussion today, and I'll stop there, Madam President.
Thank you. Great points. It sounds to me as though the next step is saying you have a meeting. Is it this Thursday, like tomorrow, or is it a week from tomorrow?
It is tomorrow. And to be fair, we may learn at that meeting that we're not able to get folks to yes on this. And if so, then so be it. But that will be the first conversation we've had on it.
All right. So here would be my suggestion. You have your meeting tomorrow. We have a meeting already scheduled for the following Thursday. If you come out of that meeting and you find that it's really not going to work, to wait until the following Thursday, please so advise us. And if we need to call a special meeting earlier in the week, next week, we can do that. Otherwise, we would discuss it. Let's plan on discussing this more at our regularly scheduled legislative meeting a week from tomorrow, and try and give staff better direction. But at the moment, based on that additional information, at the moment, I'm not hearing an overwhelming desire by the board to change our direction. So I think staff, you continue with the direction you already have, and then we will revisit this week from tomorrow. Is that acceptable to everyone? Please feel free to raise your hand or yell and say no. But otherwise, if that's okay, that's how we'll proceed. I'm hearing no objections. How long do you need for federal affairs? Can we do that in like the next 10 minutes?
We can do it in shorter time frame if it pleases the board.
Let's do federal affairs.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to all of the board members for your direction and just continued conversation that we just wrapped up. I think the highlight here in the federal affairs report really ties to the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. As we all know, we now have 5 years in most cases of appropriations to some critical water funding programs available through USDA and the Bureau of Reclamation. Specific numbers and a memo from the Ferguson Group, which is contract representation for the Family Farm Alliance, of which we are a member. Their memo, which I've found very helpful for looking through and specifically identifying buckets of funding within that act, is attached to your memo for your review and for your distribution to partners in your counties and water users there. The district has been focused lately, and we have developed an internal staff working group consisting of Dave Kanzer, Raquel Flinker, Amy Moyer, myself, and a couple others to take a closer look at where the best opportunities for projects on the Western Slope exist. That's going to be it's not going to be done overnight, but part of that is beginning the outreach to federal projects on the Western Slope and their management entities, working with water users associations and others to find out where their priorities and where specific opportunities for funding through the IIJA may exist. We're in that outreach and communications phase right now. We had hoped we might find a federal project on the Western Slope that would apply for the Bureau's first deadline, which I believe was December 31st. It seemed as though some of the usual suspects, at least as federal projects on the Western Slope go, are going to need a little more time to figure out what the scope and scale of projects of applications for their projects might look like. But staff is going to continue to work on that, and that working group is going to continue to get out there and do what we can to try and pull some partners together to apply for and bring some of these federal dollars to the Western Slope. I will say I'm aware of Grand Valley Water Users is interested. We've had conversations with the Uncompadre project and a handful of others. Beyond the Bureau funding, the USDA watershed funding is an important bucket there. We have $300 million for emergency watershed protection program, which of course has been important to fire recovery and disaster recovery in some of our headwaters counties. And with that, I don't know that I need to take up a lot of your time. I did provide some information on Clean Water Act and WOTUS update in your memo, as well as budget and appropriations information. Why don't I shut up and just ask whether the board has any specific questions on federal affairs at this time?
Questions? I'm not seeing any hands raised. If I'm missing somebody online, let me know. Doesn't sound like it. So,
Just one question, Zane, on the memo, the one from the Ferguson group, is that something you can share independently so we can share with our counties?
Yes, I'll forward it to the board as soon as we're done with our policy conversation.
Okay, thank you. That'd be really helpful.
Yep.
Anything else? All right. Anything else from your end, Zane?
No, Madam President, I, as always, appreciate your attention to and your guidance on these issues.
Thank you. All right, that finishes up external affairs. Before we move into annual policy review, let's take a 15 to 20 minute break so that people can check out, get stuff to cars, and then we'll come back and we've got quite a bit of stuff to do. All right. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Okay, we are back in session. We've had a little bit of discussion during the break, and we're going to move things around on the agenda a little bit. The policies, while very important, if we don't get to them today, we will have more policies to look at in April. So we are going to put policy review down at the bottom of the agenda. And we are going to move on to demand management. But I did want to ask, Andy was going to check and see. Here's the thing. We need a quorum for our applications, our
Well,
project.
we need a quorum for item 13, A through E. We need a quorum for item 14, A through C, and we need a quorum for item 15 on several approvals, 3 different approvals. So
We need to get a sense of, from our directors who are with us by Zoom
and in person.
and in person, but especially the ones on Zoom. Is there anybody who is planning on leaving before 2 p.m. or needs to leave?
I need to leave at 1, yes.
At 1. Okay. How about John? Yes, John Ely
Yeah, I have to bounce at noon, a little before noon.
at noon. Kathleen?
I'll be here the whole time.
Thank you.
I need to
Tom?
leave about 1:30.
My recommendation, Madam Chair, is, and I agree that demand management is important.
Let's do
we really-
13, 14, 15, and then 12.
And then 12.
And then if we have time, we'll come to 11.
Yes.
Perfect. Everybody got that?
Yes.
All right.
Amy, sorry.
Amy, sorry. That's what we love. Flexibility, right? We can work through lunch. We will
Yeah.
be working through lunch. We will be working lunch. And again, I don't want anybody to feel as though they have not been fully heard or have an opportunity to express questions or concerns. But I would ask you to be mindful of our limitations here. All right? Amy, shoot.
Okay, I am waiting for the folks to let me share. I will get going. I will just go ahead and start. Just have to
Please.
kind of signal at me when I can share my screen. So I'm going to take us through a quick 2021 year in review for our community funding partnership. I know we're behind time, so I will breeze through just some of our stats and where we've been over the first year of the program. We have 4 project action items totaling a little over $1 million in recommended funding. And then we have 3 administrative agenda items to tackle, just looking at a lot of lessons learned from the first year and looking at how we can be as efficient as possible with our limited staff time. So moving into a quick 2021 year in review. Let me see. In the past year, first year of the community funding partnership, we funded 23 projects. We're just shy of over $3 million in total funding awarded. An important number is that based on the matching dollars from our applicants, we are leveraging over $33 million for West Slope water projects. And then we funded projects in each of our 3 major river basins and across 10 counties. And again, that's just in the first year. We will see those numbers tick up. Moving into the 23 projects awarded by county, we had Delta County lead the way with 5 projects, followed pretty closely by Garfield and Gunnison County. We also have good distribution across our basins, with Gunnison and Colorado nearly equal at 9 and 8 respectively, and then the Yellow White Green with 5 projects funded. And then I wanted to show our distribution of funding awards, and I think we knew that this program was going to have a diversity of applicants. We knew that there were going to be large and small projects. So our smallest award was a little over 4,500, with our largest award at $1 million, and $50,000 was our median award. So a pretty wide range. Again, this is just year 1 of the program. This will change, but I thought it would be important just to let the board know where we're at. You have your equity targets in each of your board packets. So I won't go through these quickly, but after year one, I thought it would be helpful to show where we're at. We're in good, I would say good shape in terms of our category distribution. We will talk about some conservation and efficiency projects this meeting, so I'm optimistic that these will continue to move forward in an equitable manner. In terms of our basins, here's where we're at. Colorado at 57% of funding, Gunnison 23%, and the Yampa White Green at 20%. And then again, this is our distribution by counties, and this is by funding amounts. Again, these will fluctuate. We're expecting to add more of our counties in the mix, even with projects that we'll discuss today, and then projects that we're working on throughout the rest of this calendar year. So I know that was quick. We'll keep moving. I'm happy to talk offline or during a break if anyone has questions. We've talked pretty extensively about our outreach and communication efforts for this program. Over the past year, we developed our new logo, name. We have our one-pager for applicants to give them a quick snapshot of our program. We're working on our video content, and we're finalizing a 2021 year in review document that I can share with the board when that's complete. It'll include some of these stats that I just quickly ran through to give everyone an update of what we've done after the first year of 7 years passing. So looking into this year with our carryover, we have about 6.2 million in available funding to start this year. So I will jump right into action items. The first project to discuss is Fruit Growers Dam Outlet Gates Improvement Project. This was brought to us by the Orchard City Irrigation District in Delta County. They are requesting $225,000 for a project that's a little over $600,000 in a total project cost. So Fruit Growers Reservoir, again, we're in the Gunnison Basin. It's located in Delta County. It serves 590 shareholders, a little over 2,700 irrigated acres across the Orchard City Irrigation District territory. The project is to replace the existing guard and regulating gates that were installed during the construction of the reservoir in 1937. So these control gates are well past their useful life. They are over 90 years old. They are well past their functionality. So the planned improvements include replacing the control gates. The project will also install a SCADA control house with electrical power, setting them up for future SCADA improvements, and also includes a new computer software to help them better manage their water contracts and releases. The intent of this project is to prevent a possible failure of these gates and valves, and in particular, the emergency gate valve that does not fully close. So during a recent inspection, operating the emergency valve required 2 people. It took an hour and a half to get it to close, and it still leaked at a rate of 1,500 gallons per minute. So again, just a project that's really well past its useful life. So looking at the project benefits through this upgrade, this will avoid a no-fill restriction from the Bureau of Reclamation. It supports the refurbishment and modernization of our aging water supply infrastructure. Again, it modernizes this irrigation dam and reservoir that's been used continuously since 1937. This allows for better control of their water releases and will allow OCID to optimize their storage and their contracts, decrease their spills, decrease over deliveries. Again, this project will be equipped and SCADA ready to support this transition. I think Raquel mentioned in an earlier presentation that we're putting together a SCADA workshop, really continuing to work with a lot of our water users in the Gunnison Basin to look at this transition. I want to quickly note, I mentioned that this would avoid a no-fill restriction from the Bureau of Reclamation. This is a Bureau of Reclamation owned project, but the O&M responsibilities have been transferred to OCID. We did talk to the Bureau about their opportunities for their funding, and the response was there's no direct mechanism for reclamation to fund these activities because the O&M has been transferred to OCID. It puts them in a difficult spot. We also didn't see an immediate path forward with the bipartisan infrastructure law. The Gunnison Basin Roundtable is also a funder of this project, also noted this concern, but I think we've come to the same conclusion as to the roundtable that this is a critical project. Our funding will help it move forward. We will continue to work with the Bureau on other projects in areas where we can access some of their funding for our infrastructure needs. So moving to the first action item, we do recommend that the board approve the request for $225,000 out of our community funding partnership. This will allow the project to move forward. It will allow OCID to finalize their CWCB loan and proceed with the project. I will pause there for questions.
Okay. Questions for Amy about this project? Concerns? If there's anybody online, I'm not seeing hands, but we're sharing a screen right now, so it's hard, so. No hands, all right. Is there a motion on this request? Okay. Motion by Rober.
Longer second.
Longer second. The motion is for staff recommendation. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay.
All right, moving on to board action item number 2, we're going to go to Colorado Basin to the town of Minturn to look at their Minturn water storage project. They have requested $500,000 for a total project cost of a little over $3 million. Located in Eagle County, the town of Minturn is working to upgrade its water infrastructure. They want to address their existing water loss rates that are in the 30 to 60% range, public safety concerns, and increased wildfire in the area, while also preparing to meet the growth demands of that community. So more specifically, this project relates to the town's existing water tank that's over 25 years old. It's reaching the end of its useful life. I have a few pictures on the next slide, but recent inspections have identified deterioration, multiple active leaks in the shell plates, significant deficiencies and violations from CDPG's design criteria for potable water systems. Getting into the detailed specs of this project, the construction includes an access road, a level pad. It would be 2 new concrete tanks as opposed to just 1 steel tank, and also includes the pipeline connections to an adjacent water treatment plant. So looking at the project benefits, again, the town's existing storage tank is highly inefficient. Given the current deteriorated condition of the shell plates. Again, the town is experiencing significant water losses of between 30 to 60%. This project helps them towards their goal of looking at water losses of less than at least 20%. So again, this supports the modernization of aging infrastructure that poses in particularly a direct risk to public health. It builds redundancy again by having 2 tanks that are concrete and also less susceptible to wildfire damage and also deterioration. It supports the advancement of the town's water capital improvements plan that was created in 2018. I do want to touch on that briefly because it aligns with our recommendation to support this project. The town of Minturn has gone through with contractors a process to look at their water capital improvement needs. They've identified over $17 million in funding needs for that town, but they've also paired that with implementing a rate study. In 2019, with subsequent increases to their rate structure, they've committed to looking at their rates annually to ensure that they can conform with the needs of their capital improvements. An important funding note for this project is that they've secured a low interest loan from the CDPG state revolving fund to finance the majority of this project. And so our river district support will help decrease the obligation for that loan investment and allow them to continue to make progress in this water capital improvements plan that they've undertaken. So moving to the staff recommendation, we did recommend a partial funding support of $250,000. This amounts to about 8% of the total project cost and reflects a balance that we know there are a lot of large issues facing our constituents with aging drinking water infrastructure. These can be incredibly expensive projects, and so we are trying to balance that we do have limited funds to be spread around our district for these capital improvements, but also want to support the town of Minturn and some of the steps they've taken to review their water needs, review their rate structures, and support them in eliminating some of their high water loss rates. So I will pause there for questions
And so just to be clear, the request was for $500,000. The staff recommendation is a grant in the amount of $250,000. Okay, just any questions for Amy? Anyone online have questions? Concerns, anything? Okay,
I move we support staff recommendation.
Motion by Chandler Henry to accept the staff recommendation. Second by Hawes. Any further discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, that one is approved at the staff recommendation.
Great. Moving to board action item number 3, we're going up to the lower Nampa to look at the Maybell diversion and headgate modernization project. The applicant is the Nature Conservancy, and the request amount is $500,000 for a total project cost of a little over $1 million. This is in Moffett County. The Maybell irrigation diversion withdraws water from 2 broken and antiquated headgates in the Maybell ditch, which was built in 1896. The ditch is about 18 miles long, flows roughly in line with the Yampa River, and serves 18 water users. The Maybell Irrigation District is one of the largest irrigators in the Yampa Basin with a decreed flow of 129 CFS. The Maybell Reach is also home to 3 endangered and 1 threatened fish species that we know of within the recovery program: the humpback chub, bony-tail, Colorado pike minnow, and razorback sucker, whose movement is often constrained with the low channel flows in this reach. This is also noted as a reach that's hazardous for recreational boating due to boulders and landslides that happen in this reach due to the ground push-up dams. It often requires boaters to portage around the Maybell diversion, which can increase the erosion around the stretch of river. It also creates hazards for the boaters themselves. So this project involves reconstructing the historic Maybell diversion, modernizing the headgate in the lower Yampa River. It includes new remote controlled headgates that will allow for easier operation of this diversion, allows for a more precise allocation of the irrigation water after many decades of difficult challenges here. For those that know this stretch of river, it's steep, really difficult terrain for the to manually operate this diversion structure. So the project benefits here is that the project partners, and there are many that I've listed here in terms of partners and support, they're committed to increasing the water users' control of the irrigation water while also improving the aquatic habitats for at least 20 miles of this stretch of river, removing impediments to flow, boat, and fish passage. This is a priority project for the Yampa White Green Basin Roundtable. It does exemplify multiple benefits by supporting the irrigation water security while also benefiting the natural environment. Again, one of the main cost drivers of this project, when you look at the price tag, is the steep terrain and the ability to access this diversion structure with all of the equipment necessary to make this project a reality. However, the hope is that this project also serves as a model for using modern telemetry equipment in steep, remote, difficult to access terrain that we know exists across our district. Additionally, it's a community-driven project. The Maybell Irrigation District has been a priority partner during the planning, development, and implementation of this project, and the Nature Conservancy has been a huge supporter in terms of their project management support. So moving to staff recommendation, we do recommend a full funding award of $500,000. This does, in our minds, reflect the multi-purpose, multi-benefit projects that we're looking for with this program. It aligns with the board policy that was adopted and demonstrates that our ag producers, our environmental interests are recreators can work together, find solutions, and come up with a project that meets multiple needs when we know that hydrology is the way it is. So I will pass there.
Thank you. Yes, Director Haas.
Yes, I'll be recusing myself from the vote, but I did want to offer that I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. And just to clarify, that's because the Nature Conservancy is your employer, correct? Is that correct? Thank you. Yes, Director Van.
I've watched this project with the Roundtable for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years. I mean, I understand it, but is this going to get it to the finish line to where it can be done?
So they do have multiple funding applications within the Bureau of Reclamation for water smart funding, for additional water claim grant funding through the state of Colorado. We think our funding contribution provides a significant leverage point to make this successful. We have talked with the Nature Conservancy about staying very closely up to date as to making sure that they do secure the additional funding to move the project forward with the objectives that we see here today. So we'll remain at the table to help them secure the needed financial support.
Because that's what I get back for feedback. It's a great project. It's just taken a very long time to get to this point where it's done.
Yeah.
And there's been a substantial amount of resources, people going out there for tours. I get the whole thing, but I want to see it done because I want to see bricks and mortar projects done rather than do another study and come back again. But let's get it to the finish line.
And I will just add, we have waited to bring this project to the board for at least 2 board meetings, a little bit for that reason, to make sure that design can continue, stakeholder conversations can continue. And this was the opportune time that we felt like it was appropriate for us to bring this to board action.
Is our grant contingent upon the additional funding being obtained?
That's correct. So we will contract for the objectives that we are approving here today. We will make sure that they have the appropriate funding before we move forward with our disbursement funds.
Yes, Director.
So a couple of things, on our last 2 applications, I really enjoyed the fact that we were talking about design and construction to get to the finish line. And so, and again, I'm with Director Bennon. We've seen this at the Roundtable. Roundtable is totally supportive of this whole project, the recreational, the water quality, and the ag purposes of 129 CFS water down there, ag water and the rest. But anyhow, so yeah, we want to see this thing get to the finish line as well, and and hopefully, enough said. Thank you.
And I agree with all the director's comments. I would just point out that our stepping in at this point, as Amy pointed out, is strategic in that there are, if I count correctly, 4 pending applications for additional funds. Our commitment here, we're hoping is kind of the final push for those other funding agencies to actually fund it. That's what we intended when we passed 7A, was for us to be that catalyst, us to be that local voice to push the and multiply our funds by federal and state funds. So I think this is a great opportunity to see if it actually works.
Yes, and my understanding is that they are pushing really hard right now to raise any last bit of money because they want to do it this summer. They want to be done by the fall. So I think that is the push, but it's all constrained by funding. And then of course the infrastructure bill is a great fit, but it's not quite available yet. So there's just some timing issues. And as we all know, it's a short season.
But for our purposes, we don't actually write a check until we know the funding is in place. Correct. Okay, Director Marker.
No, I'm all right. That's it.
Okay. Are there any other comments, especially from anyone?
Director Gray,
Director Gray, sorry, it looks like.
I know it's hard to tell.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I did raise my hand, then I took it back down. I'm fully supportive of this project, always have been. My main concern is this project started out to be about $1.4 million, and because it goes across a mile of BLM land, it's morphed into $5 million, and it's just so frustrating. Those farmers built that head gate by themselves, and now and there's nobody to throttle here or to shoot. It's just a frustration that the cost got exponentially added to it because we have a little bit of private land or federal land across. And so I'm venting, I guess. Thanks.
Entirely appropriate, Director Brick, no problem at all. Okay, is there a motion on this?
I'll make a motion to approve this grant.
All right, moved by Vanden Brink. Is there a second?
Monger second.
Monger seconds. Is there further discussion? I'll vote. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
any opposed, nay? And let the record reflect that Director Oz has abstained from vote.
Great. Thank you to the board. We will move to board action item number 4. We have alluded to this project earlier in our discussions, but this is for the West Slope Growing Water Smart project brought to us in partnership with staff at the River District, but the applicant being the Sonoran Institute for a $102,000 request amount with a total project cost of $204,000. I'll discuss it here why we've labeled this as a district-wide application. But again, the next action item, this is a unique project that the River District has developed in partnership with the Sonoran Institute, who is a nonprofit organization that serves Colorado in the West with a mission to connect people and communities with natural resources that nourish and sustain them. Part of their programming at the Sonoran Institute is to operate the Growing Water Smart training and assistance program, which pending this award would be delivered to 5 to 7 West Slope communities to catalyze the implementation of water conservation and the wise use of our water assets through land use planning. So the program includes 3 main components that we would be funding. The first would be a policy scan and opportunities report that once communities are selected, helps assess the adequacy of their current land use, local policies, plans, and programs, gives them a little bit of a jump start before they move into the intensive 3-day workshop to do that policy review of the current land use actions. The flagship piece of this is a 3-day workshop that would be fully funded through these grant dollars for communities to examine and select strategies available to them that promotes the wise use of their water assets, integrates water conservation and efficiency into land use policies. It helps the communities plan for the future water threats that are specific to them, and the teams lead with a detailed action plan that they can implement. And then the third and maybe most important piece is that there is ongoing technical assistance to these communities to support and jumpstart their project plan implementation. And so teams are eligible to apply for $10,000 grants to move their action plans forward. So in terms of the project benefits and our interest in working with the Sonoran Institute is that this does align with our conservation and efficiency objectives. It aligns with our strategic plans and initiatives to promote and encourage and support the wise and efficient use of our water resources. Additionally, it aligns with our external affairs and communication strategies that are focused on working with municipalities on both sides of the divide to establish land use and building codes that emphasize water conservation. This is a partnership that has been developed as a 50-50 split between our community funding partnership and the CWCB water claim grants, which will be reviewed at their March board meeting. Again, we at the River District will be a primary partner working with the Sonoran Institute to develop this project. This includes the recruitment of communities in our district, and we have at the outset talked with the Sonoran Institute as to how do we tailor this specifically to our rural communities. Some of our communities, don't have the teams that can leave their jobs for 3 to 5 days to do this intensive training. So we're going to have to be flexible and really tailor this in a way that our West Slope communities can participate. This also includes overseeing the creation of an advisory committee across our district. It includes insight into directing the policy scan in a way that we think most benefits our district, and then also assisting with the Growing Water Smart training. So we will be more involved in this grant application than we typically are otherwise. And I see there's a few questions, and so maybe I'll pause here before moving to the staff recommendation.
Yes, it looks like Director Curry has her hand up, and then Director McGinnis.
Thank you, Madam President. When I read about this, I thought it had to do with growth. And now I see that the concept is related more to establishing land use and building codes. But I wanted to just tell the board that there was a bill that passed out of state affairs in the House or in the Senate, I think it was, yesterday, that would prohibit any limitations on growth. So in other words, if a community wanted to limit its own growth to a certain percentage rate, maybe because they didn't have adequate water supplies, this bill would prohibit a community from taking that step. And I think the conversation had to do with affordable housing. But in our situation on the Western Slope, to have a bill move to the floor that would actually prohibit restrictions on growth isn't the direction I would think that we would like things to go, since growth is driving the demand. But I thought maybe as this project, if it moves forward, I could learn a little bit more about whether there are going to be any conversations about the growth issue, or if it's more related to just water conservation measures.
Okay. Do you want to relate that at all to a question or concern about this specific grant?
No, I'd just like to follow up maybe with staff on that piece of the conversation, if that's even going to be part of the training. Is it going to be part of the dialogue or is it more oriented towards building codes and conservation measures? So Madam President, the other point I made was just an informational one, so people knew how relevant the topic was.
All right, thank you. Director McGinnis.
Thank you. Well, kind of along that area. So this seems to be the one project where we're not talking about infrastructure in the ground. We're talking about going into policy or which building codes and things like that. I think I'm interested to see how we're going to establish the vetting process. Because some of the partners that we may be together with may have different views in the river district, i.e. on the existence of Lake Powell, the dam, take down the dam, that's a river around. And this particular institute's been involved in some of those activities, all legal, all legitimate. I just wonder what the vetting process is when we leave infrastructure and go into a policy type of grant, what kind of diligence we do with our partners, what kind of, I mean, some of our rural communities don't want to open our nose in what their planning codes and things like that. I'm help me out a little. We can do this later if you want, but this I think this is one of our first projects. We've done new stuff. We're going into policy.
Maybe I'll
With
answer.
partner.
Absolutely, and I think that's a fair point. As part of this, I think that's why we have asked to be at the table and be a part of the advisory committee, part of the selection and recruitment process, so that we're out there talking with our communities. We're ensuring that we are working in partnership with the Sonoran Institute. This has been a successful program that's been implemented already on both sides of the divide, so in the Front Range, and also here on the West Slope. In the Gunnison Basin, and then we do have the letters of support from Grant County. That's an excellent time to mention, in Northwest Cog that have gone through this program, had good recommendations and supported us in looking to use some of our funds for a project like this. Again, as we zoomed through earlier, we looked at our conservation and efficiency targets. We felt like this really helps us towards both our goals in an equitable distribution for the categories that we have set out for the community funding partnership, and then also with the strategic plan goals of the river district. But I'll pause there if that helps.
Director Chamberlain.
Yeah, I'll just weigh in as a past participant in this program. Eagle County partnered with Town of Sanitation District to go through this training. And what we looked at was policies at Water and Sanitation District. How were they modeling their future water supplies and what was available and what infrastructure even that they were needing, especially in wastewater. And how did that match or not match with what the town of Avon and Eagle County were requiring of developers? So it was really a good process. And then out of that, after the program, we were able to kind of streamline some of those requirements so that if a developer is coming through the county process and getting their water from Eagle River Water 10 and not on two different planes, it proved to be useful for us.
Yes, Dr. Cost.
Just a quick clarifying question. This is voluntary, right? They don't,
Correct.
we're not poking into their land use unless they ask to partner in part of this training.
Right. It is voluntary and these funds help pay to support the communities in there.
Yeah, and then my other comment is, you know, I have worked with Sonoran Institute and they're not one of the ones proposing taking down Glen Canyon. You might be thinking of Glen Canyon Institute. They do a lot of land use and work in the Delta, Colorado Delta. So, that's what
I do think this project is different in the sense that there's no contribution being made here by the project. Essentially, this is a river district project. It is not Sonoran Institute project. They're not contributing. So this is an activity and project that is essentially a river district project. Does that
Yes, I think.
describe it?
Correct.
Yes, Director Momers.
So this seems to be a residential and commercial and industrial description. I mean, for the water use, it's not ag water use and the rest, I assume, and the rest. And again, I guess, so then the other thing, you say that we're gonna have a seat at the table, and I guess I'd ask our executive director, who's that seat? How? Report back to the board or us, to part of your executive director report.
Yeah, oh yeah, we'll definitely keep the board informed. We haven't yet identified the technical lead who would participate, but I would, Amy may, as our director of strategic partnership, may be heavily involved in this, working with our local governments. And I will tell you, we've seen the results of these growing water smart efforts in Eagle County and some of the other headwaters counties, and think that it is a really good educational resource, which again, I think, Director Hawes was correct to point out, it's voluntary. I agree, Director McGinnis, there are communities that don't want help in changing their land use and building codes. There are a number of small communities that are just begging for resources to figure out how to adapt to their shrinking water supplies. And we view this as a really great program to do that. We will have involvement and control over the content and make sure that it's voluntary. Our staff will be involved in it. When we talk about it being a community funding partnership program, this is the partnership part where we're partnering with our local communities, not just funding, but actually partnering with them to help them through an area that is frankly foreign to small towns and counties without.
Yes, Director.
I'm not against this, it's just something new.
Yeah.
I guess what geographical area is this supposed to cover for us? The 15 counties? Or is there a few counties that's gonna be in and a few counties out? Because that's the nature of the beast that I find, and I'm not pointing fingers to anybody, but that's where you find out there's certain counties where more resources are poured into, and there's other counties that stay way behind, and it's just like, those ones that are way behind need to have some resources, but they got their hand up, but they can't get it.
So our vision is that this is not enough funding to cover all 15, but our vision is to hit a basin at a time over multiple years, frankly. This is if you will, a pilot project on this to see if it works for our district to partner with the Sonoran Institute. We were looking for somebody that had a program and some capacity. The Sonoran Institute has that. we see this potentially as starting, potentially in the Yampa, seeing if we can find interested communities. You may see Amy at another meeting in a year coming back and saying, hey, here's the results of what happened. We were really excited about it. And here's our next tranche, if you will, in Hawaii or in main stem in Colorado or the Gunnison. We want to try to attack this basin by basin and bring people who, it convenes a number of of communities and water providers at one time. And we think that the identity and the connection, if we can get it within the same basin in that group, will help them focus on that basin-wide municipal conservation issue. And so it's really an effort to slowly get engaged in this and see if it works before we go whole hog on the full 15 counts. So
Let me follow up with, I look at the 109,000, whatever that is. That's a fairly good investment, in my opinion. Are there existing entities that could suffice the same thing that you're talking about if they're educated and coordinated? If I say that, maybe that's not even necessary to do the same thing, but they already have named establishment that dollars could be spent more locally within our area rather than outsourcing and utilize what's already here. And I don't know who that is.
Yeah, and either do we. We've looked, and the
Conservation districts work cooperatively with town. I have no idea, because most of the conservation districts take care of land use plans.
good view. The conservation districts tend to look more at ag and the urban municipal use, and that's really where this program is aimed at. And so really bringing in that experience is really what we're thinking. So, I hear you, and we always prefer to work with local contractors when we're spending taxpayer dollars.
Well, I just look at it, it's always complicated when you bring in a new name and now they got to get familiar and you waste 2 years having folks just getting okay with who they are.
Right. No, I think, Director McGinnis's comments go right to that point. Confusing them with the Glen Canyon Institute is not an uncommon concept. And frankly, you won't find us recommending that we partner with the Glen Canyon Institute.
Well, and that's where the first thing I went to see who their partner was, and nobody scared me away, but I know in some of these more conservative part of the world, that's the first thing they're going to look at. Well, wait a minute, there's somebody that kind of concerns me. And all of a sudden, your process that you believe is good, it can be good, is red flag when you scare people away.
I hear it.
Is there a motion on this?
Madam Chair, Munger, I move we support approved staff recommendation.
Second. All right. Moved by Munger, second from Chamber Henry to support staff to adopt staff recommendation. Further discussion? All those. It's great. Okay. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. All right, that one passes.
Madam President, I can forward to agenda item, I believe it's 14, please. These are administrative items to discuss related to the community funding partnership. There are 3 action items today to approve a revised community funding partnership framework, a revised community funding partnership grant agreement template, and an emergency grant agreement template. So I can start discussing these and then we can decide if we want to approve them one by one or as a block at the end. And I will.
That's fine. I assume everybody's read the memo on this.
Exactly. So I will start with the framework changes and really just to back up into the context of this. We talked at the beginning of our 2021 stats in terms of 23 projects, a little under $3 million in funding. We expect to continue that momentum and maybe, given the demand of what we've seen from the recognition of our program, our conversations with projects across the district, we only expect those numbers to, of course, grow and those projects to layer. And so the intention behind these changes is really to maximize our limited staff resources. As you know, we're a pretty lean staff to work on this program. and really to position the community funding partnership to be nimble and be responsive and supportive to our water users. So we've realized this is an evolving program. We have realized we have a lot to learn as we implement this at the River District. We've learned from our past grant program, we're learning from other federal and state programs, but really our community funding partnership is unique. And I think we will often bring some of these discussions to the board as we see how we can best tailor our funding program to meet the needs of our water users. So the framework, as the first piece that I'll discuss, there are two changes to review. The first being the general manager authority caps, and the second being emergency project assistance. So in terms of the general manager authority caps, the board may remember that we have delegated authority to the general manager to review, consider, approve, or deny projects up to a $50,000 max for a single project, not exceeding an aggregate total of $400,000 per calendar year. So in 2021, we routed 11 projects through our general manager authority process, totaling just shy of $400,000. That required us to pretty constantly keep an eye on the projects that are coming in our door, specifically those that are in an emergency context, those that are smaller, or those that are moving at accelerated timelines to meet, as we know, the narrow construction windows that we have. Again, just a reminder, we do report to the board any project that we fund through the general manager authority process in our board memos. So we want to keep that transparency. But we have recognized a need, or potential need, to extend this authority again to allow for a quicker response for emergency project needs, to allow for a quicker response for projects operating on an accelerated timeline, or projects that are small and limited in scope. Again, to assure accountability, we will continue, of course, to provide the report of the grants that we approve under this provision on a quarterly basis as part of the board memo. And we are recommending for discussion and approval through the framework edit to amend the aggregate total from $400,000 to $1 million in any single calendar year. This would be 10%, moving from 10% of our annual funding to 25% of annual funding. So still a significant portion of the funding will come to the board for your discussion and approval. We're not recommending to increase the $50,000 cap. So again, these will consistently still be smaller contribution projects. I can either pause here for questions or continue moving into the second change in the framework.
Why don't you pause here? Let's take up this one first.
Yeah, I did want to just follow up on it and say to the board, this is something that is a recommendation from staff. Feel free to reject any recommendation we make. Part of our concern is, for instance, in October, I think maybe July, we brought some projects to you that would have fallen under general manager discretion and approval, because we were watching the cap and we wanted to leave some room in case something an emergency came up and we had the ability to fund quickly a small project. So it's that, but it's also, again, your call. You spend a lot of time on a lot of really big and important issues. If we're bringing $50,000 grant requests to you, not that that's not important, because it's the expenditure of taxpayer dollars, and that's always important. But do you want to spend the time at the board to vet each one of those projects if we're hitting up against that cap on a regular basis? I only do that again to frame the conversation, but also to say, we're fine if you say no. 400,000 is as much as we want to give you in terms of staff level approval. We want you to bring everything else to us, and so it's fine either way. We just wanted to have that conversation.
Let's take this one first before we move on to the other ones. Comments? Yes.
So one you're talking about now, we take on this framework.
Yes.
Okay.
Basically, the change of aggregate from 400,000 to $1 million.
We're just talking about, we're not talking about the whole framework.
No, so we have two limited edits to the framework to discuss.
Yes.
Amy, thank you. Amy, remind us what the total amount of funding available is per year.
So per year, we have our annual transfer of 4.2 million. That will grow over time just based on the carryover of, we're not required to spend that 4.2 million. Will improve projects that meet our mission. And so again, this year, we have a little bit more than 4.2 million, including the carryover from last year.
And
Well,
it will also grow because of the property tax bills.
yes, right. Well, it grows, what we've set up and what the board approved, if you recall, through the budget cycle, is that any additional excess, like this past year, the board approved the transfer of $600,000 of additional revenue that we did not spend on general fund operations. So in 2021, we actually funded 4.8 million into the CFP. And really, our goal, or I can say my goal, is to build up some reserves there so that we're capable of having large expenditures with significant capital projects, because we know they will arise. So moving money over in this year's budget, if you remember, we're projected to have around $500,000 of additional transfer in addition to that 4.2. So again, we're trying to think strategically about that. This year, total funding available, I think, is 6.2 million, as Amy mentioned.
But to me, the 50,000 cap is the important piece rather than the aggregate. That was an arbitrary number to begin with. So as long as we're keeping the 50,000 cap, I think moving to $1 million makes sense for efficiency's sake. Other thoughts? Yes.
Just a quick thought. I'm supportive of this change. I think we're going to figure things out as we manage this program for a while and need to make tweaks. Is this something like bringing up the framework annually, like at a meeting like this, just like, hey, how's this working? Could be really valuable going forward. Is that?
And that's our,
Okay,
every
we're gonna-
year, this
meeting.
first quarterly meeting, or this year was postponed. We will be bringing this back to you to make sure that the board is happy with where it's going, and where we see tweaks, we will recommend.
Great, okay. We don't need a vote on this. Go ahead with your.
Sure. So the second edit to the framework to discuss is that the community funding partnership has superseded the River District's prior emergency grant program. And so in recognition of how do we support projects that are in an emergency context, whether it's a ditch slide that was unforeseen, a natural hazard that was unforeseen, our typical guidelines at this point is that we won't reimburse for completed projects, which has proven to be difficult when projects are undergoing an emergency. They're scrambling to figure out how to fund or move forward with these projects. So as part of our discussion here today, we wanted to include an opening for emergency project assistance and allow for funding on an emergency basis to be reimbursed for project costs up to 6 months prior to the date of application. So we still want projects to come to us as soon as possible. We want to be at the table when these emergencies happen, but we realize it takes time to put together an application. It takes time to get the letter of support from the Board of County Commissioners. We don't want to change that piece of our process, but we want people to figure out how to restore water to their producers, to their customers, rather than spending their time figuring out a process. So we can work with them on that, help them get their project off the ground, and still work to support them in an emergency context with that retroactive reimbursement. Still, as part of the application, we want to carry over 2 pieces of the prior emergency grant program. And that's a summary of the emergency that caused the repair or rehabilitation need to be necessary, so we understand that context, and a description with evidence, if possible, that deferred maintenance or neglect of the applicant was not the cause of damage to the project. So we felt that those were 2 important aspects of the previous grant program to take forward. Like I mentioned, the emergency projects will still follow the standard process for application consideration, including, like we just discussed, the delegation of authority granted to the general manager. So we could still, if these emergency projects are greater than $50,000, still bring them to the board, still need all of their letters of support and application. So really the change here is allowing the reimbursement for project costs 6 months prior to the application.
Director McGinnis, I think this was a piece that you had a question about. No. Okay. Anyone have a question on this?
Yeah, so quickly, is there a limit on that? I mean, so any emergency, and 6 months. I mean, what if it's $1 million?
So the limits would still be aligned with our amount of funding that we have.
Okay.
So it still again follows the same caps that we have for approval authorities, the same funding balance. And so we would go through the same staff analysis process to determine what is the appropriate level of support. That
So the only change that we're actually making is the allowance of 6 months.
correct.
And so you, if it were $1 million, it would be coming to you as a staff recommendation, and you could say, well, that's too much.
And you wouldn't have already written a
No.
check. It's just that right now, they have to get approval before they start the project. This simply allows retroactive, essentially, reimbursement, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So are those all the changes in the framework?
Correct. So those are the two changes for the framework that are included in the red lines. So the action items to approve the amended framework.
Okay. So is there a motion to approve the revised framework? All right. Director Haas moves staff recommendation. Is there a second? Second from Director McGinnis. Any discussion, further questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. All right, that carries.
Second action item is to look at our standard form grant agreement template for the community funding partnership. Again, our initial grant agreement largely mirrored our past grant program. The community funding partnership is significantly different in terms of the scope and amount of funding we have available. You have already discussed one of these changes yesterday in looking at the insurance minimums, but we've identified a few changes to streamline our contracting processes, make ourselves more efficient. And the first is a standard 3-year period of performance following the date of the award letter. So you'll remember in our framework, we support projects for up to 3 years. Many projects don't need that amount of time, but the intention behind this is to standardize and streamline our contracting processes and eliminate small contract extensions that often come up if we try and target just their expected deadline. So the intention here is to streamline our contracting operations for that purpose. The second piece aligning with that is in terms of our initial disbursement policy. So as a reminder, a unique part of the community funding partnership is that we allow for an upfront disbursement of cash flow to help a lot of our projects of 25% of our total award. Our standard process right now is to make that disbursement once we execute the contract and receive all of our certificates of insurance. I think from a good financial sense, we'd like to hold that initial disbursement upon notification that the project commences within 90 days. So again, just safeguarding, keeping our funding within our accounts until we know that the project is set to break ground within 90 days. So it still provides that necessary cash flow that's supportive to a lot of our grantees, but keeps that funding in our bank accounts. The other major change again is to lower the minimum insurance requirements that we discussed yesterday. And then the final piece to note is an allowance to reduce the River District funding award if the total project costs are reduced greater than 10% than originally estimated at the time of the application. Again, these are additional safeguards for CFP dollars. This is addressed through our request for final disbursement of that final 25%. I think we expect that to happen in limited cases. I think most often projects get more expensive, but we felt, and based on some discussions with the board, that provided an additional safeguard for this program.
Good. Yes, Director McGinnis.
So where did 10% come from? I mean, if we have a $1 million project, it comes in our commitment. project comes in 10%, why would it go 9%? Why would we give up $90,000?
I think we started at 10% for the discussion of, we know project costs will fluctuate. Again, I think we think it's a rare context that projects will dramatically decrease, and if they decrease in scope, we still have our scope of work that we set out as here's what we expect to pay from the portion of it. But certainly that's up for discussion of the.
I think we should, in my opinion, we should leave it if it comes in under, the staff ought to take a look at it. If it's any kind of substantial figure, we ought to say, hey, we have to get our share of the benefit. And once in a while, some projects do come in, especially when the contractors get hungry. The project's coming a little more reasonable. So I just didn't understand it.
All right, good point. Your suggestion, I think, is to simply delete the 10%, but otherwise leave the language as proposed. Are there other comments or concerns, questions?
I guess I would concur with the recommendation.
All right.
So, yeah.
I told them to do it as well. Is there anyone who'd like to make a motion?
I'll make.
But let's make sure we've got the motion. So you are moving staff recommendation with the exception of deleting the 10% number. Is that an accurate summary of the motion?
That's correct.
All right. And second is
I will
from,
support that. Yeah.
and second is by Vandenbrink. Okay, a motion by McGinnis, second by Vandenbrink, additional discussion. The motion is for staff recommendation with the alteration that 10% would be deleted from that language, and it would simply be, if the project comes in under budget, we would have the opportunity to look at it and potentially reclaim a portion of our contribution. Yes?
Just to be clear, the precise language of that sentence will be if the total cost of the project is less than originally estimated at the time of application, the River District may reduce the proportionately at the discretion of the general.
That's perfect. Perfect. That's the intent of the motion, and that is how the language would be revised. Thank you. Any discussion? Not seeing anyone raise hands, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, nay. All right. Passes without revisions.
All right, our final action item is to approve an emergency grant agreement template. This mirrors the grant agreement template that we just approved, and so we can carry forward the edit of the 10%. The emergency grant agreement template differs by including and acknowledging a start date of up to 6 months prior to the application date that we discussed. And so we felt it would be helpful to also just have a standard form contract for the emergency project track.
Okay. Any questions? And just to be clear, staff's recommendation is now to make it conform to the other contract template, in that we would remove the 10% and it would be any reduction. Correct? All right. Is there a motion to approve this? So moved. Moved by Chandler Henry, second by Vandenbrink. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Amy, thank you very much for your excellent presentation. So, Wolford.
Yes, moving on to
And let's do this while we're getting Wolford teed up. Lunches are here. Why don't we get some lunch? Go grab it. We're gonna just eat while we work. Is that all right? Okay, let's take that.
anybody on Zoom want lunch? Taylor.
I haven't been directly involved in this, but
I would encourage them, they've got people in there that are much more cooperative and understanding, get projects done. Especially when there's strong support.
Yeah.
Public support, so
Yeah.
And he started 3 weeks ago. I mean, he's really new, and he was brought in to get projects like this done and not to be hindrance.
Yeah. That's what Tom said about it being a real initiative. I mean, I can definitely.
He's in the maker,
I think we.
and he's been a real pleasure to work with.
Okay,
He's
recording in process, let's move on to Wolford.
doing good things for our
Okay,
people.
that's great. Well,
Yeah.
I have heard most of the increase.
We're moving on to Wolford.
I get that too.
Every project that's been involved in the come up lately. Moving on to Wolford.
Okay. Madam President, if I may, Audrey Turner is going to take the lead on the project's updates. Audrey?
Take it away.
Okay, so I'm going to step in for Hunter today. We had previously covered one of the contract approvals at the shortened meeting in January. So we have 2 action items teed up for the board today, contract approvals. I'll just jump right into the first one, and then we'll provide a couple other updates that Hunter had outlined in his memo. The River District has been working with Landmark Consulting since 2014 to do surveys at Richard Dam. We would like to continue to work with them over the next 3 years, and also want to call out that starting in 2021, out of a recommendation from the 2020 comprehensive dam safety evaluation report was a recommendation to include LiDAR survey. So this 3-year contract authorization includes the surface monument monitoring as well as the LiDAR survey. So we are requesting that the board authorize a 3-year continuing services agreement for this monitoring and LiDAR scans in an amount not to exceed $91,534.
Okay. Thank you. Everyone's heard that report and staff recommendation. Are there any questions for Audrey about the contract? Comments, concerns? Is there a motion? Is there a motion for staff recommendation? Moved by Robert. Is there a second?
Longer second.
Longer seconds. Is there any further discussion? We have a motion for staff recommendation on the contract. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Okay, thank you. The next action item, we truck in water for both our office building and for the campground area. And we have been using Raindrop Water, who the company is called Advocacy Inc. We also use them for excavation. Just want to call out, and Hunter did note in his memo that we have determined that they are the most cost-effective provider. We did look around. There is no other provider in Grand County. We would have to look at a company from Denver, and Edexco has been a reliable and competitive provider. So we are asking again for a 3-year continuing services agreement for an amount not to exceed $90,000 for the water delivery and the excavation services for Edexco.
Does anyone have any questions for Audrey about this contract? Any concerns? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion for this contract for water services.
Vandenbrink moves staff recommendation for approval of the contract. Is there a second? Second, Chandler Henry. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. That one's approved.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other action items. I just want to call out that we are in the 3rd year of the 3-year agreement with Pass Creek Investments, who are the concessionaire at Wolford. I think we continue to see high utilization of the Rex area. Pass Creek's done an excellent job at offering a great service to the community and the visitors there. And we are continuing to evaluate ways to try to recoup our cost as much as possible up there. But things are going smoothly for the rec area. Then the last update is in the fishery management. So we saw a significant increase in pike at Wolford in the 2021 season. We worked with CPW to kind of talk about what might have caused that, likely some impacts of trapping during COVID, or the lack thereof, I should say, of trapping. And so we are continuing to work with CPW to continue that partnership on the fishery management. And we have secured a contribution from CPW on that pike bounty for cost share of 50% of the amount over $10,000 for 2022. And they also have an incentive during the ice fishing contest that is coming up next weekend. So hopefully that will incentivize any of those ice fishermen to also catch some pike, which I think is a different challenge during ice fishing than during the summer season. So just wanted to give you an update there, and happy to answer any other questions that you might have.
Questions for Audrey? Doesn't look like it, Audrey.
Then I think that's all. We covered LCAD yesterday.
What about water?
Water marketing policy is next on the agenda. Ian, are you present?
Yes, I am present. Good afternoon, directors. For this current for the upcoming water marketing year, beginning July 1st, we are proposing an annual increase of 5%. The CPI was 3.7 and the local growth was 1.3. Per the policy, we're allowed to go up to the sum of those figures, and for this year, that figure is 5%. For the pre-2006 contracts, the older water contracts, that increase is updated every 5 years, and those are due for an increase next year in 2023. I don't have a whole lot to add, except you might see a new graph at the end of the memo that shows total sales for consumption water and for the in-channel water leases as well. And we've seen a significant increase in the in-channel leases over the past couple of years. So we thought it was prudent to show some of the revenue from those leases. At this time, I don't have a whole lot more to add, and I'll open it up to questions if there are any.
Questions for Ian? The information's in the memo, but please ask Ian any questions you've got about water marketing policy. I'm not seeing a lot of questions. Is there a motion to approve the proposed marketing rates for 2022? Motion by McGinnis to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Thank you.
That takes care of item 15. We will now go to Ian.
Okay. I appreciate the board continued interest and vigilance on this issue. Just a quick update. Just starting at the UCRC level, or the Colorado River Commission level, they continue to move forward with their contractors. To recall, Bureau of Reclamation provided them with an $800,000 Water Smart grant to fund the study of an upper basin demand management project. I have not seen, nor I believe has Peter, our other representative to our state's commissioner, seen any any work product out of their consultants that they've hired on demand management. So that process is ongoing, but again, without results. The state demand management study led by the Colorado Water Conservation Board has, I think the proper way to put it would be that it's slowed down significantly. The discussion at the January board meeting basically amounted to, yes, we're interested in this, but in order to stand up a demand management program, the agreement signed by the 4 Upper Basin states and the Bureau of Reclamation requires that all 4 states agree to it and consent and move forward with the project. The other 4 states, and as I just mentioned, the UCRC are pretty far behind the state of Colorado in their studies. So that the state or the CWCD didn't officially put it on hold, but I would say, colloquially speaking, is slow walking their demand management study. And so there's some room to breathe, if you will, on this issue. Whether that's good or bad, I think there are lots of varied opinions, just as there are varied opinions on demand management as a concept. If you recall, the reason we're looking at demand management at the direction of the board, and I just, again, maybe reiterate the process we've gone through to get to this point. We have engaged in a number of activities historically related to demand management to make sure that the project, if the program is stood up within the state of Colorado, that it is not harmful and hopefully beneficial to Western Slope communities and agriculture. The district engaged in early discussions about demand management through, frankly, our risk study, through our secondary economic impact study. Those 2 projects we did jointly with other entities. And then most recently through our stakeholder, demand management stakeholder group, in which staff, being Peter, Audrey, and myself, led with stakeholders from our various river basins and various water user sectors. You've seen in the past reports from all of those efforts. After reporting on the stakeholder report, the board directed us in the July quarterly meeting in 2021 to create a conceptual market structure, because it seemed that there was a significant vacuum in the policy world, because people were talking about ideas related to demand management, but nothing concrete. Again, the idea would be, as it was with our stakeholder group, to figure out that if a demand management program is going to move forward, what would our West Slope constituents want to see? What would potentially either cause the least harm or cause the most benefit, depending on how you look at it. And so we, in the October quarterly meeting, our general counsel and I created the conceptual framework or conceptual market structure. Please understand, it is not an endorsement by Peter or I of having a demand management program, but the idea behind it is to get ideas out there to fill the vacuum that's there, and to be ready if the state and the upper basin decide to move quicker. Say, I don't know, say there's an emergency like the Lake Powell hitting below the power pool, and all of a sudden the upper basin decides to move quickly with it. We want to have our ideas loaded, if you will. We want to be ready to engage in that conversation and drive it in a way that would help our water users and our constituents. So we recognize that the state and the upper basin are not currently enacting anything, but we really think it would be beneficial to have ideas that this board has reviewed that our stakeholders have reviewed. We created that market in structure in October. We got great feedback from this board. The board also then directed us to reach out prior to our January quarterly meeting to stakeholders in the district and asked, I believe that the request was to have directors also reach out and encourage feedback. I will tell you that that effort, we set a deadline of December 15th for feedback to be incorporated into the current market structure that I've provided in this memo. If you recall, that was teed up for discussion in the January quarterly. December 15th deadline was designed to give Peter and I enough time to get it back into the market structure and present it to the board in a packet. We got a lot of really good input, and I want to commend specifically Director McGinnis for convening water users in the Grand Valley and getting us significant impact or input from them in both in person and in writing. We also reconvened our stakeholder group and went through this conceptual market with them. So they provided really great feedback as well. And then I have to say, we got letters from and comments from all sorts of our constituents throughout the basin or throughout the district. From all water user sectors, from the environmental community, from the industrial community, from the recreation community, from the agricultural community, and it really is helpful. So we took that and we incorporated it into the document. And I've never really professionally created a multicolored rainbow document before, so I apologize if that was confusing to everybody. But I wanted to, identify the recommendations we got, provide the discussion of them. You'll note that there wasn't a lot of, if any, direct attribution to any one particular person or entity. That was intentional on my part. I think it's really important that we create space for people to come up with ideas and recommendations without fear of labels and retribution for thinking creatively. So you'll note I didn't attribute statements to certain organizations. But I did go through and I identified 6 or 7 areas where I think I recommend and Peter recommends that the board discuss those areas. I'm prepared to put up a PowerPoint on those particular areas. They were all in green, if you recall. I also wanted to give the board an opportunity if you wanted to add any areas to those discussions, or if you want to tell me not to, if you don't want to discuss certain of those areas that I highlight. But rather than try to have a discussion about the entire conceptual marketplace, again, I wanted to try to help the board focus and make the best use of your time.
I think that's really helpful. Thank you, Andy. And this is, I don't expect us to be taking official action on this today, although certainly if the board wants to take some sort of specific action, we can do that. One of the reasons that I think this is such a critical topic and that we do need to spend some time on it today is given DK's depressing presentation yesterday, it seems to me that it's very possible that we could end up in a situation this year where something has to be done fairly quickly. And I am concerned that, understanding what that all 4 states need to agree and so on, I am concerned that we still need to kind of have some strong thoughts, some very specific thoughts about if the state suddenly takes action, either because there's some kind of a call or because we suddenly are trying to come up with water. I think we really need to be prepared to say, here you go, this is what we think. So it would be my suggestion that we go through the green items first and then if there are other items, that's fine too. But why don't we have Andy go through those first and then go from there? But I think that kind of focused conversation would be useful.
So, you'll note this is item 3H.
Jumping around.
Well, it's jumping around. What I did is I extracted them from the policy. I did take them out of order because I wanted to, knowing that sometimes conversations take longer and we end up rushing at the end, I wanted to focus on the ones that I thought were the most critical and the board might have the most importance to the board. So I rephrased it a little bit on some of these. Should the Colorado Demand Management Program, if it exists, emphasize and focus only on timing of deliveries of water to the crisp reservoirs with a maximum amount of delivery for compact compliance? Or should the decision on the timing of deliveries be done in such a way as to maximize environmental benefits, even if it results in the loss of water delivered to crisp reservoirs? So this is an issue that was identified by a number of commenters. It was raised, and I really think it's worthy of discussion. To help frame it a little bit, the state's demand management policies approved by the CWCD in November of 2018, going back a little bit in time, said that a demand management program shall be done solely for the purposes of compact compliance. That didn't specifically talk about the timing of water, right? And so we've recently seen the timing of some deliveries of water to the state line in the case of the home state reservoir releases in the fall of 2021. And recently the ROA releases in the summer and fall of 2021 as well. So I guess I'm sorry, the home state was 2020. The ROA releases out of Blue Mesa and the other reservoirs were done in 2021. They were both done at very low points in the river, hot, dry periods of time, which we believe resulted in well, there's both of those. I have to say, no one's sure how much of that water either made it to the state line or made it to Lake Powell. I have to rely on our technical folks to say releasing water at the hottest, driest period of the hydrologic cycle is likely to result in less delivery to Lake Powell if that's where you're trying to get, because the evaporative loss, the difficulties in shepherding because everybody's diverting on the river. Whereas if you deliver it either in December or during the winter, where there are very few agricultural diversions and the phreatophyte vegetation is not active in most cases, so water is free to get to the reservoir, not being sucked up, or at the height of the hydrograph, so you're adding to the peak and you're basically surfing on top of the water and again, more likely to get to the reservoir colder, wetter periods of the year. On the other hand, you know, our district and the state of Colorado, the federal government has invested tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars into endangered fish recovery programs, into preserving the habitat in our rivers, all for good reasons. Should we be using these deliveries to make sure that we maximize those environmental benefits? In other words, potentially there are two ways it can be used. One would be we do something in the Colorado called coordinated reservoir operations, CROSS, and we when there's water available at the peak of the hydrograph, the water providers who own reservoirs work with the Fish and Wildlife Service in the Upper Endangered Fish Recovery Program to boost water out of the reservoirs and peak down here in the 15-mile reach to help the fish. So we do that, you know, as part of that peak flow. So that actually would correspond with one of the ways to maximize the deliveries to the Crisp Reservoir. The other, though, is that we have these stretches of the rivers. Yamp was a perfect example that in these hot, dry summers, they are finding repeatedly that there's not enough water, that there's calls on the river, that the fish and environmental values of the community are not being met. So, and that happens in the Colorado, that happens in the Yampa, that happens in the Gunnison, that happens in the White. Provided there's storage in any of those basins or all of those basins, and there's not storage currently in the White that could be utilized for that, but if there was, should we, you know, you could do some exchanges and then release the water at a different time in order to get it down to the river at certain times. You can time it, you can store it in upper basin reservoirs and then move it down quickly with surges or at appropriate time. So I hope I framed that discussion all right. I'd love to get your input.
Yes. Director Haas and then Director Van.
Thank you. And thanks, Andy, for taking this one up. I guess my feeling on this is, having seen the hydrology, knowing what's coming, knowing we are going to have, every drop is going to have to do triple duty, quadruple duty. I mean, we're just entering in a time when we don't have the luxury of just doing one thing with every drop of water. So to me, this is an issue of, can we maximize the benefits? That would be the goal. We understand the primary, or I understand the primary goal is compact security. However, if you're going to be sitting that water downstream, I think we should be trying to get the most benefits we can. We have to remember we're a recreational state. We've got a lot of economies in the Western Slope that depend on recreation. We've got all these endangered fish programs that I would hate to see them go backwards. So I think that's one thought of this, or one aspect of this. I also think the public dollars, are another piece that is, again, thinking about the whole, like, how can we get the most benefit with our public dollars? And then the third thing is this, it's obviously a reservoir issue. A lot of, if we are doing demand management, it's not always going to be reservoirs. So this, just thinking of, like, trying to think about the practicality of this. And if you are working with farmers, they're going to drive that, right? If you don't have a place to store that water. So I just think there's some assumptions in here that are a little, not sure how really big of an issue they are, especially like the home state pilot. That's not going that well. So like how big of an issue is that? So just
yes.
Well, it's going to come up with a beneficial use in Colorado first as well before you can set it down for that. Because the state's going to say, I'm not so fast. That's not a beneficial use. But there's another one that we identified in the White River that's rather thirsty. And that's a pretty big thirsty piece there that we lose a lot of water to a pretty good sized aquifer. And when I look at all those sand beaches going along the green buckets, there's a lot of water down there. So, and that's going to get filled first. The water you see in the river is the extra. So I guess that was pretty much it. So with that, but one more piece, how does that loss that we identified, maybe this better off down the road, that error that we found in the model, how does that play into this as well? And that might be overall, the overall demand.
I would just say, having driven by Blue Mesa recently, I totally agree with Director Haas that to the extent that we can maximize the multiple purposes and the multiple benefits, absolutely, that's a no-brainer, of course. I am distressed that we may not have gotten any bang for our buck, essentially, when Bureau chose to release that water from Blue Mesa in August. And it is, as I think I mentioned yesterday, if I understood Bob Herford's numbers correctly, we are really close to dead pool storage. And so there's really nothing left to release. And So I agree with you, but I also think we may be in a situation where we don't have a perfect world. And we need to get the water down to the least ferry, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, just to comment on that, that's been such an interesting thing to watch because that's DROA, which is different. But to me, it drives home the point of the longer we wait, the less options we have. And we'll be doing more kinds of emergency actions where there is no benefit. It's just like, they gotta get it down. And so I think that's should be part of our thinking always is like, how do we create as many, how do we hedge our bets? How do we create more options for ourselves so we don't have to take those emergency actions without much forethought?
And I agree. Director Munger.
So I think I agree with what both of you have said. I don't see how we could manage either one of the objectives at 100%. So it isn't an on and off switch where we can say, hey, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that. I agree with Director Haas. We need to try to get as much multiple benefits, but we shouldn't be managing the releases to at the worst point in time in the year, so we don't get any of them down there credited to our account. So I think it's a spectrum of something of how whatever smarter people than me that would be figuring out how we can get the most water down there credited to our account, which we don't know whether we did or not, and yet also achieving the multiple benefits that we want to have in river health, wildlife, fauna, and all that stuff. So I think we can't manage either one of these perspectives by itself.
Agree. Okay, I've got Director Gray and then Director Curry.
Actually, I think Director Curry was first.
Okay, thank you. Maybe one of the goals needs to also be minimizing negative economic impacts, since that is what we saw with those Blue Mesa releases. And Director Haas, I think we've already seen what the emergency actions can look like and how they weren't taking other factors into consideration.
Right.
So I guess I think a couple of things. I think first of all, 500,000 acre feet in a pool is not going to make any appreciable difference in a compact compliance situation. We know that. And that if we're going to do it, though, we need to get as much of that water that is saved consumptive use into Lake Powell. I'm very concerned that if we're going to turn this into a flow augmentation plan, then let's call it that. And I think the administrative problems of shepherding water, at least in my basin, in August to exit the state, and then the continuing problems from the state line to Lake Powell in August are so massive. Our division engineer says, I don't have any clue how I could do that. Whereas shepherding water is not necessary during winter or peak flow conditions. So if we're talking about reservoir releases, maybe we should have also, as Madam President said, where possible, yes, let's, and I think there will be possibilities of flow augmentation because that's when water can be enrolled in a demand management program in late season. It will happen. It should happen, and there'll be some flow augmentation. But I think raising it on a pedestal as a scoring criteria or as a main driver would subvert the benefits that we're looking to do and that we're looking to achieve.
Good comments?
So complete consensus on that point. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Well, I do think it is a different, there's no absolute answer. And it's a difficult, anytime we're in this situation where we really need to be able to do this, it's probably not pretty.
So quickly, one thing we haven't talked about that's not kind of really in here either is to do no harm as well. So I don't know if we have that in here. You know, if we talk to T. Ray Dickinson and releasing out of Flaming Gorge and the rest, and we dump, you know, a spring full of water out on, you know, in October. So anyhow, ice flows and whatever else too. So, yeah, thank you.
All good points.
Yep, I appreciate it. And anybody else with comments at this time can move on to the next. Oh.
Yes, Director Wiggins.
I agree with what Taylor said, as well as Andrew, but the reality is some of this we're not gonna be able to manage until it's on us. And when it's on us, I mean, we're not gonna add more water. So if somebody's ox is gonna get gored, somebody's ox is not. And in that process, we do have at least some order of priorities.
Hey, Scott, we really can't hear you.
I keep forgetting about this. I apologize. So I said that I think when this, we can make some planning, but when reality really hits us, we're not gonna have a lot of time. We're not gonna be able to do a lot of planning, but in the past, we know that when we're short of water, somebody's ox is gonna get gored. And it's a transfer, it's not creation of new water, obviously. So it's gonna have to come from somebody to go to somebody or vice versa. In that process, and historically, we've developed a priority type of regime. What's gonna happen is people not in that priority are gonna, and it could be kayakers, it could be ranchers, it could be different. That's where the pressure is gonna come in to somehow leave our pattern or leave out our historical planning process, i.e. priorities and so on. That's what's big. That's what's gonna get rough, which is probably obvious to everybody, but so as Taylor said, I mean, you know, it's a combination. The timing probably won't be on our side.
Director.
This will be short. When I do drought planning and I develop it, I understand Colorado's a prior appropriations document, but there also comes to a priority appropriation as well. And that has helped me simplify that matrix on, okay, how do I meet all those demands? You have to go by criticality. You have to. That's just the way it is. And that might be something as well. I think that's something that our division engineer have actually considered as well. There's a priority of needs, you know. The human need is number one, you know, on that list, you know, and there's a lot of other critical. Environmental is number two, you know. I have a list on my computer. That's what I do all my conservation planning on that when it hits the fan.
Right. Other comments on this one? If not, Andy will move to the next point.
Next point, and I apologize, I did pose all of these as a one option versus the other, and it doesn't have to be that on all of them. So good point,
Okay, it's related to.
Director Mon. This is the question of a reverse auction versus an established price floor. I will just say that I got some comments that said reverse auction is the only way to go. Thank God you finally said it. Okay, and I got a number of those. And then I got comments just ripping me apart. Not nasty necessarily, but just how dare you create a race to the bottom for agriculture. Okay, so there really if there's one passionate thing in this whole conceptual market, it's this. Okay? And so the question is, do we do a reverse auction for each basin, essentially establishing that basin's price to figure out how to fill a quota, or do you take a start at a price, a bottom price, if you will, which is maybe in just one potential bottom. It doesn't have to be the only. It would be the average value of the crop produced per acre or something, and then you add a factor. I've been assured by economists, including the economist who did the secondary economic impact study, that you need somewhere between 125 and 150% of your value of your crop in order to incentivize growers to participate in a program. He was very firm on that. Doug's got a lot of experience, Doug Stevens. And so, and then if you don't meet your regional quota or your basin quota, then you go upwards in price, right? So it's, you never go down below it, but let's just say you go out at 125% and you get oversubscribed, then you put it in a lottery. You don't drop the price, you put it in a lottery and you pick the total number of acres out to take out of production temporarily that you need in order to fill your regional quota. Again, every one of those individual transactions is voluntary. The regional quota would not be, it would be under our proposal based upon the percentage of post-compact depletions within a basin. The idea being that it's the post-compact depletions that are driving the violation of a compact, if there ever is one. And if this water is designed to prevent the violation of a compact, then it seems like a rational way to link and create those quotas. So really interested in hearing comments on this. And if someone can find a way to mix the two and blend it. So I'd love to hear Director Maunders. You gotta meet both needs. I would love to understand how best to write this up from the district's perspective.
Okay, who's got some thoughts or ideas for Andy on this one? Yes, you're looking expectant. As if perhaps you have an idea.
No, I really don't.
I got it. So, hands. Anybody have a thought on this one?
I think Tom, great.
Tom, great, thank you. Sorry, your box is really little. It's hard to.
Sorry. Well, I don't have any meet both needs solutions, but I believe pretty strongly, I'm one of those on the side, is that you set the price, and if you have oversubscription, you have to do a lottery. I think that worked pretty good on the Grand Valley pilot project. I think it set a really good precedent. And as Andy was saying, when we looked at the economic impact study, we know that there's a range there that we know pretty close where we'll get subscriptions. So I'm just going to weigh in that I think that's the most fair way to do it, basin to basin and individual to individual.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. Other thoughts, other comments? You've asked a really tough question.
So I guess I agree with your concept here. I don't know how else to do that. We still need to want to come up with a voluntary thing. It needs to still be rationalized area basin by basin somehow. So again, I think what you got from Doug is probably a good idea. Set the base price and let the demand and the price for water kind of run itself.
So you're weighing in favor not of the reverse auction, but setting a base price and then moving upwards if you need to.
I don't know if that's any different than the reverse auction. Basically, somebody's. So if we set a base, and if that ain't enough money for you to get involved, you're not going to get involved. And if you need to have somebody else get involved, you're going to be able to offer more money for somebody to pull the trigger and say, yeah, I'll do that. I don't know.
Okay. Other comments?
All right, moving on. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, intrastate regional markets with variable pricing.
This is triple.
This is 3 large Roman numeral I, little I. So I. So we are, this board and actually the CWCD said in its statement, largely because of advocacy by this district and others, Southwestern board, in their policy statement said that the program should avoid disproportionate impacts on any one region of the state. And so how how do you do that? And given the fact that the price or value, market value of an acre foot of water is different in different regions. Just probably the most stark difference in Colorado River water would be the Colorado Big Thompson project water that we know for a firm acre foot of yield, which is basically 2 shares. Last time I checked, was going on their market for about $75,000 an acre, right? In pretty sure in the Yampa Southwest, they're probably on the other end of that spectrum. There's not an established market, so we don't have the easy look to, but you know, it just based on some of the colloquial discussions I've had or local discussions I've had, you're looking at probably closer about you know, 5,000 an acre foot for purchasing. So that's a purchase price, you know, rather than a price during an annual year. So it's just a very different value in the different regions. It doesn't mean that the value to the community, however, is any less. The value to the community in northeastern Colorado, where the CBT project brings Colorado River water, is incredibly high. It is a value to them. The value of an acre foot of water to Doug Monger on his ranch is also incredibly important, not just Doug, but to the wildlife that feed on it, to the tourists who benefit from Doug's maintenance of working open space. It's benefit to the community in many ways. I could keep going, but won't bore you all. So the question is, should the state adopt a program that would potentially risk one region of the state from becoming a sacrificial zone in order to provide greater protection to the state as a whole? Because there are still people who say to Peter and I, you guys are crazy. You can't have different prices in different basins. And, you know, it should just go straight up market value of water. And if all the water ends up coming out of 1 or 2 basins, so be it. And that's fine. And I got to tell you, it's not just the people from northeastern Colorado who told me. It is also the people in the Yampa. It is also the people in the Southwest and in the Colorado who have told me, some, and not all, but some have said, look, you know, free market is the way to go. If our community wants to lease our water, we should be able to lease our water. It's a private property. And in fact, if you set a quota and we meet the quota and I don't get to participate, you're depriving me of my right or opportunity to participate in the market. If I'm a willing lessor, you're then depriving me. So there's really a dichotomy of perspectives on this issue within our own district, 100%. And so luckily you guys set the policy, I just enacted, so go ahead and give me the policy, please, because it's really challenging.
You know, a lot of good points there. Free market certainly would suggest that you just let it rip, see what happens. I think part of the reason we had really said proportionality based on post-compact rights was to try and make sure that we weren't in a position where we were meeting a compact call and nobody in Denver knew it was even happening. When I say Denver, I mean the Front Range. I mean, you kind of want everybody in the Front Range to also be aware of what's happening and participate in paying for it somehow. And yeah, I mean, I understand that, you know, the cost, if you did it based on CBT water or other water on the Front Range, it might not even be feasible, but somehow, if it isn't through this mechanism, there has to be some other mechanism, it seems to me, that makes this a shared problem throughout the state, not just a West Slope, Colorado River District county's problem. So, yeah, Director Potts.
Thank you. I totally agree. And I think we do need to, I don't think this is going to be easy by any stretch. But I do think we've got to try. We've got to try to create that equity. It shouldn't be a burden borne by one basin, one sector. It's a statewide obligation. Everyone who depends on this river system needs to be part of the solution. So I think this is still a really valid point. I don't know the mechanism to get there, but I think we should not have sacrificial zones. That should be just bottom line tenet of the program.
Director Gray, then Director Chandler Henry, and then Director McGinn.
Yeah, thank you. It sounds like Director Hawes and I agree on this. Andy, I have a question. How could you even have a free market price-wise if you still had the proportionality based on post-compact depletions? Because you would soon you wouldn't have near enough water with that proportionality limitation. So is the free market conversation you're getting from constituents on the Western Slope and in the Yampa, are they understanding that the whole Yampa would dry up possibly? Or I'm just trying to ask here, I guess. So let you respond.
That's an excellent question, Tom, and I'm not sure I fully understand what the thought process entirely is. But what I've heard, and Peter, feel free to jump in on this one too, because you've been involved in these conversations. When we say proportionality and we say the only way to achieve it is that makes sense to us is based on post-compact completions or post-compact depletions. The pushback is no, because if you set it, you should not set it by post-compact depletions. Remove that completely, and therefore offer one price, and it would start low, and wherever the water comes from, wherever the voluntary participants come from, they can fill it up. And if it means drying up the entire Yampa because the value of an acre foot of water there is less, then these people I've talked to say, yeah, that's just the way the free market works. When I have pushed back, and I think you guys have heard me push back about this, you've read that in the market structure itself proposed, I think I echoed the board's policies and comments to me previously, which is that we can't sacrifice one zone. We have to make it a balanced equation. If this program is stood up, it will be funded with at least partially public money. And the idea of a publicly established market that is, quote, free market is I'm sorry, an illusion. It's not. It's a government program that is being designed to solve not an individual obligation, but a collective government obligation of the entire 4 upper basin states, right? Our state signed on to this obligation back in 1948 when it signed the compact in the upper basin. It signed on to it even earlier in 22. Our government, our state government created this obligation. And so it is a public good that they're trying to achieve. It is different than a private transaction between a willing buyer and seller or a willing lessee and lessor. That's been what I've pronounced or been out there advocating, because that's what I've heard from this board. And so that's why it's in this conceptual marketplace. But I wanted you to know that not all of our constituents agree. And I just want to make sure that to the extent Peter and I and others are out advocating to the extent any kind of demand management program rolls forward, that we are not, that we are in fact following this board's direction, even though that there are some of our constituents who may not agree. But, so
I'll just follow up right quick. Thanks, Andy. I think you're right on. And then, of course, if you add in the number of years that a field can be fallowed, it even further complicates that. So, yeah, a free market using public dollars is fraught with all kinds of problems. Thanks.
Okay, so Director Chandler Henry, Director McInnes, Peter, Kathy. Kathleen Curry, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is probably a completely ridiculous idea, but it occurs to me that using the crisp reservoirs first to send water down, then talking about this whole market thing is disproportionate to the West Slope and its face. And is there a way that we can look at the Trans Mountain diversion reservoirs as crisp reservoirs also, that we look at water, extending water from those reservoirs before then we go to this market pricing, because there's water in Dillon and Green Mountain and every place else that seems to be sacrosanct, but that goes with the front range and we lose all of our reservoir storage here. So let's throw them into the pool first before we start doing this.
Peter, that sounds like a legal question, so I'm gonna let you respond.
Great idea.
I'm not sure I heard every word that Vice President Chandler Henry said, but I think I got the gist of it. But I would say that the reason the DROA, the Drought Reservoir Operations Agreement, was made and specific only to the crisp reservoirs, which of course are, the Colorado's one is located on the West Slope, of course, and the others are within the Colorado River Basin, is that those reservoirs were, the specific authorized purpose of those reservoirs was to help those states, the upper basin states, use their compact entitlement. And that was the reason they were logically chosen. Could you use water stored in other reservoirs to get it down to Lake Powell and serve the same purpose? Yes, you could, but at least currently, that's not really within the parameters of the Drought Reservoir Operations Agreement. And then with respect to storage releases, in whether they're in crisp facilities or non-federal facilities or non-crisp facilities serving as a demand management source, there you run into the question of, well, was that storage water, previously consumptively used? Or are you just sending water down that would eventually get there anyway because the reservoir would have spilled? So I don't know if that's completely responsive or not, but it's an interesting question.
Okay, Director McInnes and then Director Curry.
Well, there's a lot of different things. I mean, one thing we're going to do here in the past legal muster. One of the things we're going to have to do, and Peter, you brought up a good part of it. I mean, the equity, I think, rests with the West Slope, but the courts, it's going to have to pass muster. We think we're going to be able to go and Trans Mountain water first. Move it, especially from if they look at proportionality of population, which you're not going to. Yeah, I don't know. My guess is this is all good thinking and it's very healthy for us to do it. But it's going to be figured out on the run. Nothing occurs because that's when you get political courage. That's when the courts begin to realize we got big price. We got to look at equity versus the law and try and balance it out a little more. So I don't have any magic wand. Just thought kicking it out.
Good thoughts. Director Curry.
Thanks, Madam President. I'll pass. It got discussed.
Okay. Anyone else want to weigh in on this? Peter, yes, sorry.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to go back to what Andy's explanation about the government market for a demand management program and confirm that I completely agree with Andy's points and would just make two additional points. And one, I think, which has already been made, but I'll emphasize that you know, that it, I can't imagine in any scenario where you could have a program that did not require some sort of, if you want to call it a quota, you can call it a quota, you know, set amount of an obligation that is expected to be contributed from each basin and both sides of the Continental Divide. That if you did not have that, you would absolutely have a disproportionate impact on any specific, on, you know, one specific region. It's going to be somewhere on the West Slope, because that's where the relative economic value of water is at least currently lower. You know, I just think you would have to ignore completely that provision in the state's demand management policy if you were not going to have some equitable distribution of the obligation. The other thing I would say about the market is that in addition to what Andy was saying is that, you know, government created market, it not only that, it's not a market for widgets, you know, where it's not something that is, you know, readily available and marketable. What we're talking about is paying people for in contravention, really, of how we normally view water, which is for beneficial use. And here we're talking about paying people for the non-use of water. And, you know, that's, you know, sort of a direct contravention of the actual property right, which is a usufructuary right. It's a right to use water that we recognize in Colorado. And here we're talking about a market that would be created to pay people not to use water. So I think that just sort of lends another element of support for the position that Andy laid out very well.
Other discussion on this point? Yes, Director McGinnis.
So I recently was reading a book on tape. I hope all of you get a chance to read it. It's fascinating. The King of California and J.C. Boswell. J.C. Boswell kind of deals specifically, you've heard of it, I'm sure, with the Colorado River, how they captured the river, what they've done with it. But in there, they mentioned a number of different programs with cotton and the federal programs on crops, not to grow, to grow. And after this conversation, I may re-listen to that because those programs peter along the line you're saying. And it also talked about how they were manipulated primarily by the big agricultural users. But maybe that'll give us some idea, different commodity, obviously, how they did it. But by the way, I recommend that book, King of California. Get it on Amazon, Audible, and it is fascinating. And deals exclusively with Colorado River, the 2 weeks, reservoirs, all those things.
Thank you. Good
Somebody else
comments.
has walked this path somewhat.
Thank you very much. Good comments. Anything else on this point? And if not, Andy can move to the next one.
Thank you. All right, should the program target marginal agriculture and should a pilot project study the viability of this approach? So we received many comments about the concept of incentivizing demand management on marginal ag lands. They weighed in on both sides. Many people said, yeah, that's a great idea. Many people said, well, you know, if you're targeting marginal land, by their very definition, many marginal lands don't consume a whole lot of water. And in addition, during droughts, that's what farmers and ranchers usually take out of production first. So is that, and they do that on their own. But should it happen? And then there was a comment, I think, that said, hey, if you target marginal lands, for instance, in the Grand Valley, and put them in a longer period of fallowing, and the owners get money from that you might actually have a perverse effect of encouraging suburban and urban development on productive ag lands, because the owners of the marginal lands would keep it there. I would say, I think programmatic rules could fix that by saying, hey, you can lock in on this money, but if you want to jump out in order to sell your property or something, you can, if you're changing land use. So we could fix that incentivization issue with development, but I just, a number of people said, boy, I'd have to see if it would work and how much water you could get off of it. And so the question is this an appropriate area? Because it really was a split opinion out there. Should we look at this in a pilot project and see what producers are interested in doing? In other words, like, say, and because it's hard to know. For instance, before the pilot project in the Grand Valley and in Wyoming, there was a strong argument that said ag users will never participate in a program to fallow their own land for cash. And what I think everybody learned was that in the Grand Valley, as well as in Wyoming, they had to resort to a lottery. In fact, the first year around the Grand Valley, if I understand correctly, a number of the Grand Valley Water User Board members volunteered their land because they didn't think anybody else would. And they almost got voted off the board because they took advantage of the program and didn't open it up to everybody else. So they found they had to do a lottery, and they had way more subscribers than they did. So how do you, this may be the same thing, right? People say, oh no, you don't target this, but maybe it is. And I guess the question, and the reason this is even in the conceptual market structure, is that by definition, marginal lands don't produce the same quantity of food and fiber that non-marginal lands do. So if our goal is to keep ag viable and most productive, does it make sense to help target that, or does it not? And I just throw that out there for discussion because I think it's an interest.
Yeah, Director Hawes.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah, I think marginal lands are an interesting thing to explore for pilots. Like that, we've learned more from our pilot projects than anything else we've ever done, whether it was the water bank studies or you can't know what a project or a program's gonna look like till you try it, and then all sorts of things that you didn't expect emerge. So I think this is a great example, and there's $50 million in the Upper Basin from the infrastructure bill that the Upper Basin states are trying to figure out how to spend, and they're talking about cloud seeding for most of it, which may be worth some of that, but is it worth $50 million? I think this would be a great thing to explore, and it would have benefit for the whole Upper Basin to learn from it. I also think at the end of the day, we are going to have to tighten our belts. If we can do that in a way that has the least impact on our community, on our producers, we should explore it. And this seems like one that could be valuable to at least explore.
No, I remember talking to Bart Mendenhall years ago, decades ago, when water was being taken out of the Arkansas, and I said something to Bart about, oh my gosh, my heart would be broken if I can't get Rocky Mount or Rocky Ford cantaloupes anymore because, oh my gosh, right? And I remember Bart just laughing and saying, don't you worry about it. The lands that are getting bought up and dried up and the stock that's, water that's getting moved out is the marginal lands. The rest of the producers will be able to be more efficient and you'll get the same number of Rocky Ford melons. That was probably 20, 30 years ago. I don't know if that's still accurate, but that was Bart's reaction to the buying up of a lot of that water years ago.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, I think the Bessemer Ditch project is a good example and might be informative to set up a pilot. And I'm not that familiar with it, but I know it's been kind of a coalition effect to figure out how to keep those really productive lands.
It is, and for those not familiar with Bessemer Ditch, came up with a matrix to define what marginal land was. And basically, as they were shrinking the area irrigated by the Bessemer Ditch and around Pueblo, they consciously targeted marginal lands and paid for that to be fallowed. And it seems to have worked. It's at least touted as a success story. It'd be interesting to dig into it, but again, looking at it over here would be a different perspective. It might help ferret out whether this is something that makes sense or not.
Director Lumber.
Yeah, so I guess marginal beauties in the eye, but you have
There you
it.
go.
Again, so I don't know what I value as maybe marginal might be really, really nice to somebody else and vice versa. So, and again, I guess if we're comparing marginal lands, my land, you know, in the Yampa versus, you know, something down in the Grand Valley where the production and the quantity of production, whether it's right for me to raise hay for my cows or what, and a few special horses or something like somebody's, and whether that's more valuable to put food on the table. So it's a subjective statement. I do think, especially if you're not taking it out of the basin, you know, maybe it does make sense, and I kind of support the concept, but it has a lot of flaws in it too.
Director Gray.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I'm going to weigh in on the side that I think individual operators that's the land they would put in first. I don't think we need to incentivize it. I am concerned that the consumptive use on some marginal land is not very high. And of course, how do you determine the consumptive use on a field is problematic anyway. But I don't think incentivizing it is necessary to get the marginal land enrolled. The time extension for it, maybe that's a good idea. It does make sense to fallow the marginal land or not irrigate the marginal land. However, every place is different. That's if it's farm ground, yeah. If it's upper basin hay meadows, then you have to calculate. Each operator has to calculate what they're going to lose when it comes back into production, even if it was marginal to begin with. So I think would be too complicated for the program to try to determine all that. Just let the operators decide.
Thank you. Some really good comments here. Yes, Director McGinnis.
Well, I think pilot projects are always terrific. And they let you find out with minimal downside, just because it's not very big. And there are so many complications in the other ones. You got a lot of this land and things like that covered by conservation easements that are in perpetuity that have zero learning terms in it. Meaning zero flexibility. You know, any of these are gonna have a lot of litigations because you can't go out there. And so the advantage, I think, of a pilot project is you could also, especially with the sponge we're talking about, put some real thinkers in there. Think some of these ideas out. Pilot project benefit may not be on the ground, it may be back in the coffee shop when they're all sitting there thinking it out, addressing things like conservation, which I've preached about for years on that, and in perpetuity versus. And a lot of those also have, a lot of these things have tax consequences that we have to think out too. So I just think a pilot project concept, like there's a bridge out there. Great. Now, will we have time to do it? I don't know.
Director Vandenberg.
I questioned if working from uphill down rather than downhill up is the appropriate way of looking at it. We have marginal lands, but you're telling me irrigating a desert is marginal. I mean, are we looking at the right areas where you should be sequestering water usage? I mean, are there crops that can be better growing up here rather than down there? Things like that, to me, that should be part of the question as well. And I know they've got good soils, but are they equal qualities to what we have up here? I don't know.
All good comments. Thank you. Anything else on this point? Okay.
Okay, regulatory burdens versus monetary gain. This is some of the comments we got, particularly from agricultural producers, understandably, were concerned that the market structure laid out was pretty complex pretty, it was just a conceptual structure, but if you're really going to implement it, the book of regulations and figuring out how you're going to fit into the boxes is going to be really challenging. And a lot of the comments, I think, Director McGinnis and I heard, certainly down here in Grand Valley, simpler the better. I don't disagree with that, but as we've been talking about each of these elements, not just today, but over the last several years, these elements in the market structure that are there for what this board has directed us and what we believe as staff to be legitimate reasons to protect the long-term viability of agriculture and the communities that have been built up around it on the western slope. But it runs into some trouble, right? So it is, there are folks who say, no, all those rules are just going to get in my way. I really don't want to be told I can only participate for 2 years on my property, or 3 years on my property. I want to, if I say I want to fallow it and it's mine, I should be able to get paid to fallow it for 10 years, and have it be as simple as that. So you all can tell me what you think, but I think I'd be very interested in hearing back from you on that. So I'm not sure I framed that great. Peter, do you have any input on that?
No, I think that was good. I mean, it's kind of related in some ways to the previous discussion.
Okay, Director Campbell.
Yeah, during the demand management work groups, I was on the economic impact or something or other to communities group. And we talked a lot about this issue, that it is public money and that removing ag lands can have some pretty negative economic impact on the greater community, the implement dealers and the feed lots and all of those sorts of things, and even as far as restaurants and those kind of small businesses. I think that what you identified before, it's not just a private transaction, it is public money. So we do have to consider the greater economic burden that a community may be bearing because of a decision to fallow.
Good point, and I agree completely. Other thoughts? Other comments?
Okay. Moving on. Length of participation. So this goes a little bit to the length of participation in the demand management program and risk apportionment. There again, maybe it's a similar discussion we just had. Well, it's a little bit more, so that it's got the multiple years that we just talked about. But then the way I framed it is, an ag producer would sign up and say, hey, I'm willing to have my property in this for the next couple of years. But the payment would not be made if it turns out that the years that they subscribe to it, their water right was either physically or legally not available, right? So you take a high mountain tributary ranch on a high mountain tributary, and it turns out that basin just didn't get any snow that year and there's no water there. Should the community bear the risk of that and pay that individual producer, even though they wouldn't have had a crop that year anyway? I will tell you that, not surprisingly, the ag producers who responded said, absolutely, the community should pay the producer. Oddly enough, the non-ag people who commented said, hell no, we shouldn't pay the producer. So I really would love to hear from the board on this one, because I as written, I will say that the producer bears the risk associated with potential physical or legally not available water. As it stands today, without a demand management program, a producer bears the risk of not having water available, right? That is the nature of water on the west slope in many areas, right? So I think every grower on the west slope has had some form of water shortage in the last 20 years, and probably almost 20 out of the last 20 years, there's been some shortage associated with most water users on the west slope. So what do you do here? Is it something that once they sign up, they get a guaranteed payment, or some portion of that? You know, I'm just curious on this.
You know, I don't see how you can do that. I mean, we can't lose sight of the reason you're doing this. It's to get the water that we need to send downhill and downstream. And so if we end up paying for water that we can't use because it wasn't available, then do we still have enough money to actually accomplish what needs to be accomplished? To me, that one, I understand where they're coming from, but I think, yeah, it's risky. Director Craig.
Well, coming from one ag person, I think absolutely they shouldn't get paid unless they have the water to conserve. And I think as a general rule, if this program is to get some traction and come out and become a good program, we all need to take the high road and rise above what can benefit me personally the most. And those who maybe don't have anything to lose or gain, better make that decision. But certainly we can't start down a road where we're all just angling for the best deal for us. So that's my opinion.
Okay, thank you. Good input. Others, thoughts? Yes, Director McGinnis.
So I'm confused by the question. They don't have legally available water. I don't get that. They're not legally entitled to it anyway.
So, all right, well, so Scott, I'll use an example that I'm familiar with. Marty's familiar with, the Upper Uncompahgre. Right now, an Upper Uncompahgre rancher, or say in September of this past year, could, if there was a program like this, would sign up for this program, say, I'll fallow 200 acres in my range. All of a sudden, it comes to April of this coming year, and it turns out like it's been like the last month here in January for the rest of the winter. And before you can even turn your ditch on in Erie County, the Uncompahgre water users turn them off by calling them out for the whole season. But he signed up for the program in September, the rancher did, so he says I should get paid for it. But the water is not legally available under that scenario because he wouldn't have consumed that water, so there's nothing actually being contributed to the program. Yeah, so should the rancher bear that risk, or in this instance, or should the community who said they pay him bear the risk? Does that make sense?
It does. The example's good. I agree with Tom. Those territories there. Again, I would add that I think there's a lot of information that's been tried on the federal government commodity programs, which have been big failures and not equitable. And, I mean, even racist in there during the period of time that they were put in place, but the government did some of that.
Good points. Director Curry.
Thank you, Madam President. I have just been trying to absorb the discussion, but I wanted to make a point, and maybe this isn't the best spot for it, but in our case, we just want a ranch. Tom, when you said, Director Gray, when you said, you know, we shouldn't all be looking for payments and all that. What we really want to do is just run cattle and raise hay. And if something like a program like this got off the ground, it would probably be a game time decision. If you ask a producer, at least a high elevation forage producer, to make a decision early on, then and then change it, and that person isn't going to get reimbursed, but they've committed, and then there's no water, chances are we wouldn't do that kind of commitment. So I just wanted to make the point that the real goal here would be to try to avoid curtailment. Because that's that's what we're worried about. And if this were to help, if this program were to help avoid that and keep us irrigating that year, then I think, you'll see producers step up if they feel like it's going to benefit them and benefit their operation. They don't want to fallow, they don't want to give up. We don't. And plus, like Director McGinnis said, we have a lot of ground under easement. We can't sign a multi-year contract if it injures the conservation values. And somebody's vacuuming right outside my door, so I'm gonna mute.
Thank you. Okay, other comments?
Yeah, I'm not. But getting back to the commodity business, that's where that kind of creates a market in the private marketplace for the future. So people can go to the future and say, hey, want to bet on the weather? A lot of that goes on in the future. So there may be places where we feel a shortfall, but the private marketplace is an opportunity to fill kind of that back.
Yes, Director Ross.
Yeah, one other thought, maybe there's some middle ground, maybe you do a payment like a stipend or something to recognize the risk that the producer's taken, but if the water's not there, you're not paying for that, but you're just recognizing the risk that the farmers have. Right? Maybe there's some kind of option like that.
Yeah, Director Ross.
I've seen
Speak up a little bit.
being in the shortfall area in North Fork. Example that Andy used, absolutely true. Some of those tributaries last year had 5 days of water. So I think you're probably going to have almost a targeted area to try and release the water where it's going to demonstrate, because that's absolutely true. I mean, yeah, I could have released water last year, but it didn't any good. It wasn't any there. So it's a hard thing to try and judge. Because ultimately, we got to get water downstream, and that's a big challenge. So I don't know.
Well, and Mark, I think your point is a really good one. Just to provide somewhat of a different perspective, the Grand Valley, thanks to the federal projects, has a little bit more reliable water supply. And the Paga Valley, similar, the Water User Association there have said, hey, wait a minute, we're not going to be the only source of this water. We have the most reliable water because we're fortunate because of these federal projects, but we want, not only do we want all the different water user sectors to participate, we want all of our brethren in the ag industry to participate too. So you're right, logically speaking, if you're just focused on maximizing deliveries every year, you go to the most reliable water or ag land that has the most reliable water. It ends up having a disproportionate impact on those areas is the problem. So but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get it.
I don't know how you're going to differentiate between. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, and thank you. Another issue I see, if you don't pay up front when somebody makes a commitment, say somebody says, all right, I'm going to not grow this year, then their water gets cut off July 1st. And so they don't get the rest of that payment. They would have gotten at least one cutting for their cattle. Now they didn't get that because they didn't use the water when it was available, and they're not getting paid, so they're left with neither a crop nor a payment. That would be difficult.
Yes, Director McGinnis.
Sorry, but listen, Barnes, I think, got a point. I mean, well, I know what initially say, let's spread the pain. Right, how about this project? I still think you have to spread the pain. How about this project? Well, let's So in a crisis, money's not gonna be the big issue because they'll get lots of federal money and stuff to work the crisis. And maybe instead of figuring out how you spread the pain, maybe you figure out target an area that you consider environmental, come up with a price. We're not gonna get them all. It might be a big enough price. So that's more money than I've ever seen out of this. So maybe we got a point. And in fact, the commodity programs did a reversal. It's possible, so I have to look at that. But we changed based kind of on that concept. I don't remember enough of the detail. I mean, reasonable.
On the other hand, I look at the CRT route. It's been misused for so long. I don't want to go down that route.
Well, and you do then, from the economic perspective of the region or the locality, you have really focused a lot of potentially on this.
Well, that's right, but you have mitigated, you have to look at the picture as a whole, because you're absolutely right, you devastated if all of a sudden you're not buying from the local co-op. But they throw all that into the mix anyway. All around like
Mr. Gray. His hand up.
Okay, Director Gray.
Oh, I took it back down.
It's mine, that's fine.
Okay.
Other comments on this, and if not, move to the next.
Okay. Relationship between new water development projects and demand management. So our proposed conceptual marketplace took a line right out of our stakeholder report, and I think this board's opinion that said, if this state's going to have a demand management program, it should also be accompanied by a prohibition of any new trans mountain diversions. Because it doesn't make sense, and it's very clear in the water plan, in fact, that there should be no, that the demand management program or a water banking program should not be used to basically enable water to be moved across the Continental Divide to the Front Range. Some of the comments I got, including comments from West Slope agricultural owners and operators, were, well, if it's good for TMDs, is it good for the West Slope? In other words, if we're not going to let them develop new projects because of this demand management program, should we be prohibited from developing new consumptive use projects during the demand management program? Peter, who was around when the conceptual framework in the water plan was created, because I wasn't born yet when that was done. That he would very quickly point out that principle number 4 of the conceptual framework actually says, look, no more TMDs if we're doing this water banking, or it shouldn't be used to subsidize them to make it possible, but that there should be a reasonable increase in Western Slope consumptive use, and it states that in the water plan. But I wanted to raise that because we got comments, and again, it wasn't just from folks outside of our district, it was from our own agricultural constituents who said, maybe you're not being consistent on water development.
My feeling is that there is a lot of difference between TMDs and local projects. Projects are not 100% consumptive use. And we have a lot of local projects that are being worked on that actually might help the situation. Storage projects, for example, projects that could solve some of the problems and create solutions. So I think it would be way too broad of a brush to simply say nothing else goes forward. So that's my take. But I can't tell. Anyone have their hand up?
No.
Anyone else? Thoughts?
Marty, if you said anything different, I think you might have gotten a vote of no confidence.
Okay.
Just to be fair. All right.
Do you have any
This one's my easy one. Where I think we talked about the issues that I identified as the ones I needed some help with the board. Sorry if your brains are hurting because mine is after that too. So I really do truly appreciate your input on this stuff. It is really a difficult subject, and I appreciate how hard everybody's thinking and working on this. So,
Moving forward, can I suggest that we all take this new draft and try and take it around to some of our stakeholder groups, our boards, and get some additional input. This is not done today, right? And there's no deadline, but I think we will be looking at needing to have some very good specific input somewhere in the next 12 months would be my guess, unless it suddenly starts snowing like crazy.
what I would ask is if you give Peter and I a few weeks to take the comments we received here, write them into the document, get rid of the rainbow that I created, and have a new one that reflects what we've heard here, and is as clear as it can be, so that when you're walking around with it, you're not providing something that is all over the map, like the one that I just showed you. It's one thing for you guys to do a deep dive into these issues. It's another for people who don't understand the background as well.
I think that's a good suggestion. I would like to see this for some additional discussion on the April agenda. I just think we need to keep working this and refining it. Even though, it may never become an official document anywhere, I think we need to keep working on it. So unless staff has a huge objection or other board members have a huge objection, that would be my suggestion. Yes.
Yeah, just a quick question. Do we know what's the CWCB's thinking in terms of, like, I've heard the March meeting, there's going to be conversation about a drought resilience toolbox, but how does this fit into there? Or I do think we need to be ready-ish, and it could be, there's an opportunity to discuss this in March. And so just, kind of keep it moving, but.
Yeah, I think we can keep it moving. I do think the CWCB at this point is pretty much waiting for the UCRC and the other states to get caught up. But I actually think our discussion here and our document here is the type of thing that could help at the UCRC level. It could even help in some of the other states who, they aren't oftentimes, if you go to Wyoming or New Mexico, it's not quite as complex as we don't have quite I guess the way to put it is they don't have nearly as many water lawyers and water engineers in New Mexico and Wyoming as we do here in Colorado. So it's a little different, but this may actually help the broader discussion. So, it's not a bad thing to get out. I'll tell you, I've had interest from a number of folks in other areas, including the regional head of the Bureau of Reclamation, said, well, as soon as you guys are done with that, we need to see it, because it is something that is piquing the interest of a lot of people.
And that is why we started down this path, was because we knew nobody else was taking the leadership on this. So staff, again, thank you for doing this. Director Curry has her hand up, and then Director Vanderbilt.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a process question. So I appreciate that we've been talking about the nitty-gritty details of a program and how it might work or not. There are a couple of outside issues like shepherding and maybe even the size of the pool. I was wondering if that's on the minds of the staff as well, and if we're going to have a conversation about that at some point, especially given the reservoir releases that are being analyzed. I think it's Homestake, the reservoir discussion that, when the releases that were done recently, and we took issue with that. Is that on the radar, Andy or Peter? Or Madam
Yeah.
President?
Yeah, and Kathleen, in the conceptual market document, we do talk about both the technical issues, the uniform measurement of consumptive use, something as basic as that. We talk about that. We talk about the need to develop better measuring devices in our rivers, more accurate, more precise, so that you could actually measure in a way that you might know if the water makes it to the state line or not. So there are a number of technical issues that still need to be resolved. The size of the pool is among them. You'll be interested to know that a comment I made to an Arizona reporter about the fact that the pool was not sized properly shocked him, and he went and talked to a couple other upper basin states who claim they'd never even thought or heard that concept. It is a crazy thing. One of the things we're redoing right now, which relates to our need for accurate data in state mod, is the risk study. Because if you remember, the risk study was done at a point where the reservoirs were significantly fuller, and today they're not. And we ran it under what we thought was a reasonable range of hydrologies, and we were proved that reason can be greatly exceeded, because the flow that we thought was the lowest flow we thought we would see was much too high. So we're trying to redo that phase 4 to understand the risk. And unfortunately, at that point, that pool that we're talking about, the size of the pool may grow tremendously if it's going to make a difference. So and that's facts that we need. It's not a reason to shy away from the discussion, but it's pretty serious. So.
Director Van Den Broek.
I'm gonna pull back on it.
Okay.
Don't you know?
Okay. So do we have any other discussion that we want to have on dam management at this point? Or are we done with that for the moment? Looks like we're done. We have a couple of options. I know that we've got a couple of directors who, if I recall, Director Curry, you're about to leave. No,
2 o'clock.
Tom Gray. It was Director Gray. You're about to leave, correct? Okay. So at that point, we will be down to 7. We will no longer have a quorum. We still have policy review discussion if we want to undertake it, but I'm just going to throw out to the group, perhaps at this point, we have done a lot of work yesterday and today. We will add those policies to ones that we would otherwise look at in April as well.
Well, these are the policies for the whole year.
For the whole year.
So we will just
We will take
take
those
our
up.
first consideration of those policies in April, second look at them in July, and if we need a third look, we still have October. So I think that's fine. I know Zane was really hoping to spend more time on really difficult issues, but
I want to thank staff. This has been a very, I think, a very productive meeting. We've covered a lot of ground on a lot of really difficult items and difficult topics. And thanks everybody for hanging in there. I'm really glad we didn't do this strictly over Zoom. Just speaking for myself, but I'm real glad. And I'd like to thank our staff, our entire staff, especially the staff who are here, because it's a lot of work to take us out of town on a road show like this, and to set up both Zoom and an in-person meeting and order lunches and breakfasts and goodies. And Stephanie, especially, is responsible for this really, really, really fun meeting. So can we please offer our thank you all.
just
Yes.
future meetings, just want to say clearly, Stephanie, for the load of this meeting, so I think that's really appropriate. I just want to remind everybody, let's try not to move our quarterly meeting in April so that we have less of a problem having quorum. April 19th and 20th in Glenwood Springs at our office. We're planning on it unless some new crisis arrives. Let's not even think that. July, July is also there. Just want to remind everybody, special joint meeting for budget has been set for September 15th with the annual seminar on the 16th here at the lovely CMU campus. And then the fourth grade meeting, probably most important, as everybody knows, because we were going to be in the lower basin today. We will be there November 2nd to the 4th. My apologies to the directors. There are a couple of directors who were not able to make it in November, who would have made it in right now, and could have made it at other dates in November, but not that. So it's just almost impossible to get all of the cats on the same page in this one, but it was the best time for our lower basin partners and the majority of our board. I think it's going to be a really great opportunity, and I really encourage people to spend the time to do that. And so just want to really stress that one. But again, thank you for everybody. Thank you for all of your work this last few days.
Does anyone have anything else for the good of the order before we? Yes.
Just a question for Andy on the lower basin tour. Are there going to be, sounded like Becky was planning to come on this one. Are we bringing people from the state and?
Yeah, so we have extended invitations to all of the West Slope CWCB board members. Director Mitchell from the CWCB or Commissioner Mitchell from the UCRC, however you want to fix her, has expressed a real desire to be there and has blocked that out on her calendar. We have invited a list of key water users from throughout the river district. We have about a 50-person limit on our bus, and so we're trying to keep it under that number. We're working on filling that bus though to make the best use of it, and so we will have that going on.
So staff and guests.
Staff and guests. Now, just to be clear, the river district will pay for staff and our board. The Southwest board, the majority of whom plan on attending, and their somewhat smaller staff will be in attendance as well on the bus. But they're paying for their own. All others have been asked to come, but told that we cannot pay for that. And so that is just the way it goes. We can't put the bill for all everybody.
No, just curious.
It's what we get.
With me.
Yeah.
That's a great way of looking at it.
On that side note, this meeting is adjourned.
Marty, we're running a tight meeting.
Thank you all.